Welcome back, yo. I don't know what happened there. My entire shit crashed. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, I think we're back. All right, well, I don't see enough to get into this now. Like I said, I'm going to set some longs down into the psychological ranges right around this 860 buy wall with tight stops in case it goes wrong. And I'm going to go eat because I'm starving. Nah, it had nothing to do with the internet. That was a PC issue for sure. I just got black screened. I could still hear everything, but I was black screened. Like some sort of memory failure or some shit.
Graphics.
What'd you get to eat?
Some steak and potatoes. Steak
Dang.
and taters.
All right. It's nice. Got any dips?
No.
Barbecue sauce?
Mm-mm. Barbecue
Just the
sauce?
flavor.
For
Yeah?
steak?
Okay,
Bro.
ketchup, my bad.
Ketchup?
Yeah. No. I asked for ketchup once when I was getting a filet mignon
Oh
to
my
like pull a
god.
pretty woman. You know, when they take the Julia Roberts to
They didn't
she
get
asked
the
for
joke, did
ketchup.
they?
No, he was too young.
One.
I'd be so disrespected if I served somebody a steak and they just covered it in ketchup.
I know, but the memes that would be funny.
Alright, let me go eat so I can be back to babysit. I hope I don't get filled and it takes off without me and you guys make all the monies, but your boy gotta eat. I'll be back.
Kevin, what's the deal? Big Kevin. We got the JTO on deck. Damn, Kevin. Let's go, brother.
Just send everything to zero, dude. What are they doing?
You know, patients, if you want to buy at zero, they tend to do it every 6 months. And, well, we just had one recently, so you're going to need to wait like 5 months if you want to buy at zero. Maybe you'll be able to on some alts. But yeah, no, it's all relative, right? We're still above 101.
Not to zero, but like, you know, if they're gonna make the move, just make the move. Like this is just like it's
Now it's
ridiculous.
testing patience of people, right? People who want to buy 90k, well, they have to wait here. People who want to sell 135, 150k, they have to wait too.
Did we reject yet?
Yeah, at 108.
No, the 50 EMA ribbon Dbloc was talking about.
On the weekly, no, we held it.
I think he was talking about on the 15-minute time frame.
Oh,
Look at that blue line on his chart. He was saying like, if it
Well-
hits that, we can't get above it. Then we go lower.
I don't think we got rejected anywhere here, but maybe I don't know. I don't know. No, for
No, I
me,
don't
it's
think so, man.
trying to climb back up since well, it's been like 6 hours now.
Yeah.
It's been it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the 6th hour since we put at least a local low. Yeah.
Sure.
It took it 6 hours to come down too. But yeah, the next candle is either one big hourly green or just one big hourly red. I know I'm not helpful. I mean, eventually you'll get a more volatile candle. It's a V. You have a V, right? It did manage to go back up to 103, 5. Actually, not 500. We got 400. Still a bit lower, but you know, it's the low from 17th of October. We're playing with it now. Like, you know, market asked us, is 108 too high for Bitcoin? People said yes, so we came back down, and now it's asking us, hey, don't you think 103 is a bit too low? And for now, people are, well, they've been pressing buy a bit last hour or two, but we'll see. We're gonna need to stay flat while legacy drops here, which is what's happening on the 15. Got Bitcoin staying flat while they drop to not open, not gap up tomorrow. Let's try and avoid gapping up and then coming down again the whole day. But yeah, it's pretty flat over there too. I think my idea is if I see legacy price discovery, people will pull out their sells a bit. It should give it should allow Bitcoin. It'll be allowed to do something.
About to get a back D cross on the 1 hour. Bump a little.
Yeah. Yeah, but overall we're close to the previous low. Much further from 126 than from 101. So it's like Bitcoin is at support while other charts are closer to resistance. So
What's my gold trade doing?
well, it's pumping.
Oh, I'm good. Yeah. Nasdaq is doing decent too. It's hitting
Yeah.
resistance, right? Nasdaq.
I was looking at SPY more than Nasdaq, but yeah, it's like in the middle, a bit higher. Yeah, closer to all-time highs than to the lows.
Yeah.
And that's on the 15 now. If you look on, don't even look on the daily, weekly, because we're flying. It's above the 50 on the daily, right?
Yeah, you're right there.
But I touched the 50 on the daily. We touched it on the weekly. And it got a reaction upward. We are getting reactions upward too on the weekly, right? But it's always last minute. But I mean, it's a reaction still, yeah. There's a big opportunity in crypto. I don't know when it'll be, but there'll be one. For me, it's the case right now, yeah. Like, do you want to buy Nasdaq here?
Absolutely
Or do you
not.
want to buy crypto? Oh, yeah, right. So that's the problem we have. Or do you want to buy crypto? And I think, unfortunately, the answer is also absolutely not. It's like nobody wants to buy anything anymore. Let's be a bit more patient. Maybe some new money
What
will
blows my
come.
mind
Right?
is that Nvidia is insane, man. People just keep injecting money into that shit.
Yeah, and it could. You see, it's a very regular trend on legacy. Well, dip to the 50 on the daily, bouncing up currently. So if it just continues this uptrend, maybe eventually someone will be like, wait a second, we forgot crypto. Let's pump it too. Let's put some of our profits there.
Dude, that would be a crazy pump, man.
But that's what I'm expecting that. I don't know when, but honestly, I'm expecting a crazy pump eventually. Because we can diverge for weeks, months, but it's gonna get solved eventually. Either they take a big dip and we manage to hold 75k or 90k, I don't know, or even, well, 100 doesn't seem very likely, but yeah, we managed to hold something, and they would need to go pretty deep, like, Nasdaq below 22, just before calling it a recession, basically, 15% down, yeah. While we avoid a 50% down. That would solve it, or we just pump. That would solve it too, right?
I remember in April, dude, that was my first time getting into the market. I took out loans, I put all my savings in the account, and I was so overwhelmed on what to buy because everything was obviously discounted, dude. I remember that. I was stressed. You had Nvidia like at $98. It was just Bitcoin at 74, I think it hit in April. That was such a crazy time for me for being in the market for the first time.
Yeah. We'll see the longer term effect of tariffs. What if they even get implemented for good?
Yeah.
But see, in 2022, we did a similar move down. It never reversed into price discovery, right? It continued down for a whole year before coming back up. Here, that dip you bought was like COVID. It went straight back up to where it started to dip from and had no issues breaking out. Exactly like COVID. Straight back up to where it started from and no issues breaking out. Fortunately, that's not the case for crypto, right? But yeah, for most stuff, it's what happened. Bitcoin also broke out, right? Like it went to price discovery, But we dump first. We pump first, we dump first, I guess. We had a lot of time where it was, not volatile up there. It was even surprising. Yeah, you'd see days where Nasdaq moved more than Bitcoin. But that changed. Now it's like a 3% move is doesn't feel like much.
Peanuts.
Well, it's not peanuts, right? But
Oh, true. Yeah, you're right.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm
but it
forgetting.
doesn't feel
From
like
these.
much. We're getting used to, especially on these alts, we're getting used to 10% red per day, 10% down, 10% down. Then you get
Crazy,
10%.
man.
Yeah, it's pretty volatile times. Especially on alts, yeah. I mean, look, some of them went straight from bear market bottom to angular resistance of the bear market. That started 4 years ago for them, or some of them back in 2021. Yeah, angular resistances that date all the way back to 2021, straight up there. And no, beautifully getting rejected. Makes sense. I'm thinking about ICP, for example, and we'll see. I think it has a chance, a non-zero chance of holding $6.
Hey, check out Filecoin on the 4 hour. Is that a bull flag?
File is the same structure as ICP, very similar, but it
Oh, yeah.
didn't pump as high, but it managed to reach its angular resistance to where it got rejected. And also a golden pocket, but not the same one, not the one from all the way back from the highs, more locally. It had a bit less of a pump. Yeah. Now in X's it did better because it went from 1 to 4, so you get a 4x up there. ICP didn't do as good in percentage, but in structure it did better. Yeah. But yeah, these are low cap coins. I mean, they're really easy to pump and dump.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I have no clue, but just a few $1 million is probably enough to leave a candle like this on these small caps. My Falcon isn't that small, is it? ICP isn't that small either. It's in
Nah,
billions.
it's not that small. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Okay, maybe they're not. Never mind. It's probably not enough. A few million, but you get slippage even with $100 on these coins. So
I
they're
want this
probably
trade
not
on
too hard to
Filecoin,
do.
man. This has to go up to at least, was it 3.5, 3.6? It looks like.
It's back
No,
above
it's,
the daily 200, right? So that's
yep. See that?
people are on average. It's the average of people who trade FAL. The biggest losers give you the biggest gains. It's funny.
Yeah,
I
dude.
mean, maybe not all of them. Some of them are still losing, but in this case, yeah, it's really the coins that made the lowest, well, the biggest drops. I mean, Falcon went to 0, no, 0.3, yeah, and like it's like the biggest drops gave the more
Future trades.
violent, well, the more violent bounces up. They got shorted more than others probably, and maybe that's why. Like the short squeeze was able to go higher. While on Bitcoin, well, we couldn't really squeeze much. Well, up to 108, yeah, 107.5. Maybe that's coming too. Although, no, there just isn't enough shorts to squeeze.
What do you think price
50.
goes to from here? Maybe 105? 4?
I'm bullish as long as it's above 101.
Yeah.
But price can do whatever as long as it's above 101. Just expecting new all-time highs overall. As long as it's above 101. That's my hands. But current move, we got a retest of an ascending triangle that went a bit deeper than the ascending triangle, but it's back at the neckline roughly. So, well, I think resistance. Well, I'd be surprised that we already turned 103, 500 into resistance, but it looks like it's a possibility. Huh? Yeah, on the 17th of October, Bitcoin finds support at 103, 500, and then it pumps to 116, right? Here we broke out that same SR in an ascending triangle way, but look at the weakness of the up move. Like it's only half of the measured move of the ascending, right? And bloop, we came back down to that point of control. It's also POC of the area. If you put an anchored VWAP at the low, you're gonna see that we're even wicked below that. So there's not really bullishness in the air yet. Like you should hold your VWAP in an uptrend, in a bullish uptrend. You shouldn't wick below it.
Ceased.
Maybe we need more time to accumulate here. Or looks like it wants to spend time at the lows.
On the 4-hour stochastics on the oversold territory, looks like it's trying to point up.
Oversold, really?
Yeah, look at the 4-hour.
What? Oh, it's the last 7 candles, right? On your
Stochastic.
stochastic. 7?
Yeah.
Oh,
The
yeah. The last 7 candles are red, so yeah, it's oversold. But if you look at the size of this drop from 106 to 103, it's small compared to 112 down to 98, right? Where we only had red. So we can't be as oversold now as we were back at 98, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So I think it's cooling off, or maybe stochastic is saying buy. But overall, RSI here is cooling off to the upside, while we are slowly climbing. It's like a waste of RSI energy, right?
Yeah,
I see it a bit like that. Like it's
completely.
Bitcoin. Can't you just recover fully, please? Because you're wasting your RSI
That's a good
is
point.
already going up while price isn't really.
Doing much.
I mean, it did go up. It went up 10%, right, from 98 to 108. But well. The price could. I mean, I would. Price will easily make a lower low, while RSI won't be able because we're starting from lower. And we cooled it off enough time has passed since the on the hourly or the 4-hour. Enough time has passed since the 4th of November. It's been 8 days, right?
Yeah.
Well, we've been going up for 8 days. With a lot of zigzags, but overall it's been going up for 8 days. Yeah.
Be right back. see Solana is down 9%. See Solana is down 9%.
Does it go?
That's a deal. Look at it. That's exactly the coin I'm looking at right now. It's like for the big cap coins, that's the deal. Me, I'm looking around. The question is, they're going to come lower because we keep denying this 50 EMA on Bitcoin. So on Dbloc's chart, he even said he's not buying in yet. He's got limit orders set down there in liquidations. I wish it would just go for it because I want to get in. But yeah, I like that Solana price for sure. Shorts are getting liquidated on Solana and Aster. Longs are getting liquidated on Bitcoin and XRP. Yeah, I'm looking for a red candle. So I can get in. Come on, baby. Let me get that 102. But it's stopping volume candle. He's talking about Ghost. Coming on. It's the word. $102, 400. Could that be the bottom? For now. A lot of liquidations. He might come up to the 200, 800 EMA. He's touching it. Solana, come on, Solana. Everything's liquidating shorts now. Guess I gotta get in. The bottom of Solana. 141. Damn, we're way the hell down there. $149. That's not gonna work. $15 grand. $10 grand. My red candle. Let me get it. I'm feeling a little FOMO-y. That means a red candle's coming.
But way better to FOMO today than yesterday.
I know. I did great yesterday. I got out at Target too, and I just sat around in the sideline till now. Now I'm ready to pull the trigger to get back in. You think I'm being too cheap? Maybe I should just get in now. Not financial advice. What do you think?
I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay.
Your decision.
Too influential for you. You don't want to feel responsible for no reason.
Well, yeah. You're like asking if you should buy
Well,
or
I
no.
already know that you don't even have to say anything because I already know that you're already in.
Oh yeah, I'm in, yeah. But I'm in from
I already know.
well now what is now pretty close, you know?
I'm thinking about entering Solana right here. How do you like this spot? Or should we take 140s is gone away?
It didn't make a lower low, right? So you're not getting a better opportunity than last time.
I see.
But eventually we will not make a lower low. And we'll reverse trend and not visit the low numbers. So that happened at $8 also. There are still a lot of people who can sell, yeah.
I ain't looking that far back. I don't want to hear that.
I'm just joking around. But yeah, it happened at $8. Yeah. We put a low there, and since then it's been up. It's also been down for 18 months on Solana. On the Bitcoin pair, it's been 18 months, it's dropping. It outperformed so much back in 23.
15474. Just sitting there. 7270. 15470. 15469. Damn, it doesn't even move at this price. What does that mean?
Well, nothing in particular, no. It just means there's not much happening.
Something's about to happen.
When price doesn't move, usually you have low volume too because nobody could get filled or, you know,
Bingo, there we go. That's what I was looking for.
What's that?
Dude, if Bitcoin gets above 103, we're going to the moon.
Okay.
Yeah.
See.
Kidding.
We are going to the moon. It's been 8 days. It's a slow launch, but
you should peep. Solana, man, might be a good trade.
Yeah.
I just
Yes,
took it.
that's what I'm about to do. 15464. I mean, here it comes. Is it gonna fill me? And I'm in.
Bingo.
I'm going heavy here.
Heavy, huh?
Oh yeah. way
I like
heavier
that.
than my last.
Just for that, I'm gonna add more.
Yep, I'm going heavy on this sucker. As I looked around and I saw on the RSI heat map, Solana was in second place. And all the
Oh, was
coins
it?
that were around it. Yep. And all the coins that were around it were trash. And that's not right. The only thing around it that was okay was JTO and Near. And I ain't messing with them.
I don't see a stopping
Oh,
volume candle.
Doge is in 11th place on the what is this here? What time frame is that? Is that the hour? 1 hour RSI heat map on a coin glass. Solana's in second. Doge is in 11th. Near is in 16th. And if you care about JTO, it's in 12th. And
Hey, that's a W pattern on Solana, dude. Hold on.
I just hope it
1,
doesn't
2,
come
On the
down.
3,
15?
4. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Strong.
below, just below golden, right?
Yeah.
155.2.
Litecoin's in the 18th place on the hour RSI heat map. Oversold. 99.
But it's also overbought.
Yeah, on the bigger frame.
Yeah.
I'm gonna close out majority position at 157.
Ah, that's all. Damn.
What do you think?
Yeah, I want more than that.
More. Dang. Okay.
$2
I mean,
per
do
soul.
what you got to do. Don't worry about what I do.
No, but
So
you
no
want, yeah,
more.
I'm liable to get spanked here.
you want to exit at the bearish retest, right? You said
Yeah.
157. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. And then you go for a low low. I think it'll fail. It'll fail to find resistance at 157. I don't know, no clue. We'll see.
Trust this shit, man. No more.
Well,
Well,
it's not
300.
about trust. It's about. No, you're right, Solana. I mean, it can just continue to go down while everything else goes up. That's a possibility too.
Well, it was doing good before this. We're just.
Yeah, dude. It was doing fantastic.
That's why I wanted it.
Yep.
And then we could just repeat that and come right back to what was it? Well, we were like 170. I can't remember. Let me look. No, yeah, we were all the way up at 171 before we dumped. That's pretty good.
Well, I mean,
And then,
I don't know if it was doing fantastic because all it did is climb back up to 17th of October low. SR flipping.
Now that you put it that way.
Yeah, it climbed back up to 17th of October. While Bitcoin was able to trade 5% above 17th of October, right? So you would have made more on Bitcoin than on Sol on this bounce up from 98. I mean, not in percentage, right? But in structure, yeah. I guess you would have gone a bit higher leverage on Bitcoin than on Sol too. So
come on. Rip.
but yeah, that 172 support became resistance. So now we're pretty far from getting to 200. Now the problem is to break 170. That's the next breakout trade.
Global money flows pointing up. To me, this is an opportunity.
Yeah,
Gonna be
well,
excited.
Got to know where we're at. just looking at the chart. I gotta look at the situation too. Unless you don't give a damn about that, Zuzi. It's up to you.
Well, it's a point for the bulls. If you have a liquidity upward, it's maybe a reason to be on the lookout for a buy.
You said the stock market did good today, or not sideways?
Well, yeah, it did. Yeah. It's I mean, it's not collapsing, right? You know, I woke up, I looked at Bitcoin, I was like, let's look at the stock market, and I was kind of hoping it was red, but no, it was green. It's like, oh well, okay. We trade below 100 while they continue pumping. Makes sense at the end of a cycle. Yeah, it's gonna happen eventually. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get it. I did good in my trading account. I hit the sideline all the way till right now. Actually, I was in a position in JTO before this, and I punked out and took like $10 profit and bounced. I didn't want to play around with lower cap coin. Just went, I'll go to Solana. The dump was just as good. Safer bet. Might be more upside in JTO, but put myself in danger. I'd rather take the safe route. How many Solanas do I got? Just see, I got 64 Solanas.
Ah, good luck, Imad.
My other trade before this was 1 billion beams, but I entered way too early. I think this entry is even better. Well, I know it is. Uh-oh, I'm in the red. Turn it around. I got plenty of room, but I ain't gonna be losing much. Screw that. I'll cut it quick.
Why in a hurry to get in a long, Emad?
Just look at the chart.
It looks like a bear flag to me.
Okay. That's why Dbloc was on here before you came on. He said, guys, I don't care if I miss out.
Oh, for sure. If this is still a good place to do a small spot. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'll peep it out, you know. If I can, I mean, I'm in Solana, so that risky. It's not like I'm in fart.
Now, Solana might feel like less risky right now, but we had the same feeling last. Listen, we had the same feeling last cycle. People were even calling it a good long-term hold. You know, the funny part is they ended up right in the end because it was able to climb back up to the high values it saw in 2021, right? But it felt safe too last time, and people.
And where was the global money flow chart at that point?
I don't know, but it was a cycled up
Going
to.
down probably.
It's just you can feel safer in bigger market caps or even in forex or charts that
I'm not
are
just
less
looking at
volatile.
that, but I'm looking at the global money flow. It's pointing up.
Charts, you can feel safer because the market cap is bigger, but it's actually wrong. In practice, they
Well,
can
if the
be as
global money
volatile
flow,
as.
if the global money flow is pointing up, and I'm in on big cap coin, logic says money's going to go into it.
But it could also not. It could
Well,
also not go
Dbloc
to
said
crypto,
don't go
and
into small caps.
but even don't go into crypto, right?
Oh well, that's the case. Why are we here?
But there's plenty of other charts. Like no, I mean, it doesn't have to go to crypto that money the government
Yeah, we know.
prints.
I guess I better sell my position and go buy Pax G.
That's just about the fact that you feel safer in Solana than Jupe. Yes,
Oh,
but not necessarily, right? We've seen Solana drop 99% during the bear, so
you want to put your money where your mouth is.
Short soul here? Nah.
No,
thanks.
go. No, you go buy Jupe, and I'll stay in Soul.
Shorting 165 could have been a possibility, ABC wise.
Yeah, 165 was a good short. But right now, yeah, it's a little too great. Too many things can happen.
And the better entry was 170. The when Bitcoin did its SFP.
We're on attempt two here. I see of breaking the 50 EMA cloud on Bitcoin on Dbloc's chart. I think we're going to come through it.
Every time you say breaking the 50, I'm stressed because I think on the weekly. But yeah, if it's on the 15, we can break it.
Yeah, on the 15. Yeah.
Not a problem.
I don't have to stay in the trade long, but we'll see. I'm well aware there could be better buys down below. Go ahead and keep waiting for it. It's not guaranteed. You're already in anyway.
If you repositioned successfully, the trade is done. You don't really care what it's going to do next, right?
Ghost is the one questioning it, not you.
No, I'm not questioning it. I always look out for you.
Well, I'm good because I got out at the second target 2 up at the top already on my trading account, and I didn't buy.
Nice. Yeah. I had a long from 99.5 as well. Yeah, that was a nice trade.
Until now.
I think we also forgot that theory, right? Any rally that happens on the weekend during the algo, when the algo is up, usually gets taken back after Monday.
Yeah. But
any money that's in during the weekend usually gets taken back right away.
It's a bit like pump it in summer and back to school season. Same for weekends sometimes. Just a typical bull trap in the end. No?
Yeah, I was telling Goat that I like the range. As long as the range is big, that means there's money. There's money who wants to play. When the range is small, that's when you get worried. When you have good ranges like that, good bounces, working with retail, that's good. Now is to figure out what does it want to retest? Does it want to retest all the way back down to 99, or we sweep all those buys that haven't moved from last week? Because last week we had 3,000 BTC underneath. They didn't move at all. They're still there.
Yeah, it's all the
Yes.
orders, right?
Yeah, a lot of buy orders down there. They haven't moved. Usually, if it's the real rally, they start taking out those buys. They haven't taken it out at all. There's about 3,000 Bitcoin over there, ranging from like 95 to about 99.
Shit, why not go 93? Look at the bearish chart in the bubble chat. Look at the
93.
line.
Well, yeah, I mean, I still like Dbloc's thesis. As long as we stay above that weekly 50, I'm good. You know, it can
Yeah.
reach down as far as it wants to, as long as before the weekly candle ends, it comes right back up. Like what we did this week.
Yeah, that's why I don't feel too bad about this trade. I just think we could be doing a range between 107 and 103. Or maybe 101. I mean, I was waiting. I was there at 102K. I was waiting, 102.4. I was right there waiting. I was like, all right, come on. Didn't want to do it. So I think these short liquidations on top of us are getting a little bit too thick. Even if we go on some volatility and we just come up, grab them, and then bleed back down, I'll take that. Where's Kevin at? Come on, Kevin. Kevin's going heavy. Kevin's going heavy duty, twin turbo. Nah, it's all good, brother. Appreciate it. Guess I got to be patient. How about we don't got to wait till the freaking morning? Let's go Chinese, make it happen. There goes dominance. Stop it, dominance. Build that M. Cut it out.
Well, you know, it's been dumping dominance since summer. You see that on total chart. You know, when we had 98K on Bitcoin, total market cap was at below 3 trillion. Here we had again 98K on Bitcoin, but total market cap was at 3.2 trillion. So there's roughly 10% that went into something else than Bitcoin, yeah. Or probably stables. Yeah, it's probably stable coins, but yeah, less people holding stables last time than this time.
I think last time Dbloc showed that stablecoin chart, it was all the way up at the top. If I remember correctly, they need to start deploying them.
Yeah, it seems the most likely, and if we start a bear market, then that'll break too. We'll you know, USDC dominance will break out upward.
154 Solana, that's where I'm at. I don't feel too bad about it.
But it's not even an hour old. What can happen in an hour?
And so far, I don't feel too bad. But I'm watching it. I'm going to be sitting here watching it like a hawk. Oh, it's high leverage. If I start losing $100, I'm going to bail.
High leverage? What? You're not on spot? I thought you bought on spot.
I don't trade my spot. I trade high leverage.
Oh.
I only do 10% of my bag, and then 90% I do spot, and I don't even do nothing. Just sit. Because I'm taking the strategy over there of doing nothing. Just hold. Maybe if I get some extra money, I'll add more to it. Because it seems that my trading account's doing better. It's doubled, but the spot account hasn't done nothing. So if I could double my trading account again, I'll take half and add it into the spot account, I guess. I mean, it's not crazy high. It's just like 30, 33 bucks margin at 300. It's not gonna change my life, bro. But slowly but surely, you know. Like a quick 500 would be cool. I lose 100, I'll bounce. I ain't giving no more than that. I'm gonna give it this shot to pump here tonight, between tonight and the morning. If I don't get that, I'll just put a stop loss in my entry. they do that, they want to come back to my entry, get me out, then I'll set a grid to buy down. There we are. We're just sitting on the 50. I'm there at 50. I'm ready to cross. Let's go. See all those, the whole swarm of 100X's up there, right on top of it. That's not playing correctly. From what I understand, that's not a good place to put your 100X short at. I guess his stop loss is liquidation. Right on top of the 50 EMA on Bitcoin. Come on, whale,
Damn.
make a move. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, talking about liquidation, you reminded me I have a trade going on Intent X, and I was guessing it was liquidated, but it didn't,
Damn.
even though price went lower than my liquidation. That's sad. I don't know how these
Well,
dexes work, but
we like you. Give you a favor.
it's like 2 years old. And
What?
yeah, you know, back then in France, we were worried we wouldn't have access to leverage anymore, and also it's really nothing. Well, it's just like $10. But yeah, I had that. So I was just trying it out. You know, I completely
You got a
forgot about it.
year-old
And
long going on?
yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
It
but I don't
survived.
understand why it's still there.
It survived October the 10th.
Yeah,
Wow.
but it's 2 years old. Oh, entry wasn't that bad.
It must have been
but
great.
but but still after. No, this should have been liquidated back in April.
Oops.
This
I need to
cross
go to
margin
that. I
stuff
need to
is
go to
out
that
already.
exchange. I like the way they operate over there.
Yeah. I think it's wrong. It says estimated liquidation price, but that number has to be wrong. Yeah, otherwise
Don't say anything. Just
I
leave
don't
it
care.
alone.
I'm just surprised the trade is still on. It shouldn't be.
It's fine. He might have found a glitch. Never close it.
Maybe it's the fees, collecting fees, maybe that made it have more. Oh, there's got to be an explanation.
Does that exchange give you future bonuses?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it since
Be that.
the war on exchanges. Yeah.
My exchange gives me future bonuses all the time.
It's
They're very good.
Intent X says now replaced by Carbon, another Dex 3 web Dex, leverage Dex. Yeah.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it. All right. Come on. Pokey poke. Green vector. Let's go. Get your green vector. Let's go. Let's get a big green girthy dildo. Come on. You know you got to do it. Test that vector gap. Not that much higher. Oh, somebody's getting liquidated in their short. They came up and tapped him.
Yeah, on Sol, there's only shorts alive left now. Yeah.
Get him out of here. It's Solana's time. Oh, come on. Let me see how it is. He wants to liquidate the shorts and then turn right back around. I see. I'm longing from the 50. Now what? Long. All right, Zusi, we're definitely going up. The short bias.
Hmm?
Everybody wants a short.
Wait, how much is 0.05 BNB? Damn, it's 1,000, right? So 20 cents or $2?
Oh, I was gonna say I like the price of BNB. Don't piss me off. I'll get my boss on here. Exile. That's the word I was thinking of. Oh my God, look at that thick 100x short up there. At 103,800. That's not a good place to put it. Hey, Zusi.
Mhm.
Does Marcon buy crypto?
Who? What?
Your president.
Macron? I have no clue. Oh, Sarkozy is out of prison, so he spent like a month in there. But he's gonna get released this week. You know, we sent our president, our old president, into prison.
Are you gonna exile him?
Now he got a luxury prison, Prison de la Santé in Paris. Not luxury, but you know, he got like a decent prison.
Yeah. You got
But yeah,
the,
he spent a month in there, and looks like they're gonna release him.
Are you gonna make
or
him leave the country?
appeal. He's gonna appeal court,
Oh, okay.
and he'll be released in. I think, yeah, I heard he's gonna be released this week.
What did he do?
So he didn't stay long in prison, right? But doesn't matter. We sent our president to prison.
And
And,
why did they do that to him?
he probably used some dark money to fund his campaign.
Oh, shit.
By that metric, probably all American presidents should be in prison, right?
No comment. We got this thing over here in America, as you see, we call it, I plead the Fifth Amendment, meaning you don't have to say nothing because you don't want to incriminate yourself.
Well, yeah, we have the same in France too. You don't have to tell who to denunciate. No, Macron doesn't mention crypto too much. I don't think I ever heard him talk about crypto like Trump did. You know?
What about a crypto reserve for France?
Oh, France is small. It wouldn't change that much crypto's price, but we probably have some. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is there were no news of France selling like Germany had, right? At 50K, where like Germany selling it their Bitcoin.
Well, you guys are definitely smarter than them.
I don't know. Maybe we sold it already. There was just no news about it. Maybe
I
we
have a
don't
bet
even
on
have any.
I have a bet on Polymarket that some country is going to buy before the end of 2025. So
Any
my
country?
fingers crossed.
Well, you might win that. That's awfully broad bet.
Mm-hmm.
I got to go in there and look at some of them bets. Where you just deposit your crypto and bet.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow. No KYC.
Nope. No,
Wow.
I just put some money into my Phantom wallet and transferred it over.
Solana.
Yeah.
I'm about to try that out.
thing that stinks is I had a bet that and I placed a bet 15 days ago that the government shutdown would end between the 10th and the 12th, and tomorrow's the 12th, and it's going to be cutting it close. They got to try to get everybody in town and everybody there to
You're
vote
real
on it
close.
before midnight.
You are super close.
Yeah. But it's
Who would
paying
have
off.
ever
It's
thought
gonna,
that you'd be rooting for the Republicans?
yeah, no kidding. Well, at this point,
You
at this
are.
point,
You
hoping that
watch
it
it
goes through. It was weird because I made the bet like like I said, it was over 2 weeks ago. It was, I think last time I checked, it said 15 days.
And the votes that they need are those Republicans. Yeah, those those are Democratic votes that are holding back, aren't they?
Well, they don't need, they have enough, they have like a 2-vote margin now, 2 or 3 vote margin in the House for Republicans. They only need a simple majority in the House.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if every Republican votes for it and every Democrat votes against it, it'll pass by 2 or 3 votes.
Oh, damn.
And see the solar flare northern lights tonight?
Mm-mm. Do you have to be in the West Coast?
Oh no, it's going all the way down to, they said you're gonna be able to see it in northern Alabama tonight and tomorrow night. It's such a big coronal mass that they're talking about communications going down overnight and tomorrow morning and everything. It's one of the biggest storms recorded coming our way.
It's really quiet over here in Missouri. There's no wind or anything.
Mm. Yeah, no, it's just electromagnet. It's just going to be bouncing off of our magnetic field and just show the northern lights extra bright and all the way down to the south.
It's like a greenish blue.
Yeah, I saw some from pictures from St. Louis tonight, and it was just like bright pink and green, like it was unreal. Didn't even.
I can see it right now.
Oh yeah, you just go out and look at the north. It's the north.
Let me go look. I'm gonna go look. Back window on the third. I'm on the 3rd floor.
I have too many city lights where I'm at right now. I'm going out to the mountains tomorrow night to look at them.
No, I didn't see anything from that way. Well, that's actually technically not the north. You look over here onto the window. No, there's nothing out here. Okay, I was talking to Robert, actually. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Were you able to look towards the north?
Yeah, I was talking to you from my window. Someone sent me to the gulag, but no, I didn't see anything. Can't see it from here.
And you're straight across from St. Louis, so maybe there's a pause in it right now. Might be in between storms coming in.
I see our big tower glowing with lights on it. Our tower is taller than the Eiffel Tower. We got this big red tower in Missouri. I guess the World Cup is coming out here in 2026, and they're lighting all the monuments of the city up now, which is pretty cool. I don't know why they weren't lit before, like all our bridges, all our downtown signs on top of buildings. See anything good on the RSI heat map?
Let me go spin over and take a quick look at it here.
I see
Whoa.
Solana's on it.
Wow, that's on the 4 hour.
What hour was this? Was it the 2 hour? Was it the 1 hour? Yeah,
wow,
on the 1
XMR
hour.
looks like it's going up.
Good.
Yeah, I put it on the 5 minute, and then when you put your
Ooh.
cursor on the actual token, then it shows you the 15, the 1 hour, the 4 hour, 12 hour, 24 hours. So that way
Wow.
you don't have to. But XMR looks like it's spiking pretty good.
Let me see.
What is that? Oh, that bless. Man, I made a ton off that last week. That was going up and down, up and down. That bless. I was long and short in that Friday or Saturday. Made a killing.
What's right above the middle on 5 minute RSI?
River.
So you said your strategy was you want it to be close to the line in a minute.
Well, no, not so much. I want to see it at the very top of the neutral, getting into the strong area right up in there.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing you got to pay attention to that I didn't catch at first, see how along the left side it says 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, all the way up. And then there's a yellow dotted line horizontal across the screen. So that yellow horizontal line divides everything in half. You have about the equal amount on top or bottom. But if things are tanking, like if Bitcoin DOM is going up, then you'll see that yellow line move down, and everything's down under the 40s and 30s and stuff. So you got to pay attention to where that yellow line is, and then put it on the 5 minute, and then just put your cursor on the actual coin, and it'll give you the 15, the 45 or 15. What is that again? The 15, the 1 hour, the 4 hour, 12 hour, 24 hour. That way you don't have to keep toggling back and forth up in the box.
See. Oh, that's different.
Mm-hmm. So what I do is I'll look where it is just on the screen itself before I even touch it. So like if you see like ZRO, it looks like it's about 66 or 67 with the naked eye. And then I put my cursor on it. And 5 minutes ago, it says it was at 59. So now I know it's moving up. It went from 59 up to 67 or so. And it's moving from strong close into overbought. Geez, Popcat spiked to there.
I see. Thank you.
Sure.
Let me see now. Those are for quick scalps.
Yep.
see what I see. Dash, Uni. OM. What the hell?
Little.
That's true. I'm trying to keep it right on top of the yellow line. Between, I guess, right at 60-ish. Useless. Go start looking at one. Oh, pith, huh? So look at that. We're under the 50.
Hey, Emad, if you go over to the bubble chat, top right hand side on Discord, just posted 3 pictures from that's my old neighbor, it's my old neighborhood back in St. Louis with the pictures of the
Wow.
lights.
Look at that. That's cool, man.
Yeah. Every once in a while, if you were super lucky, you could see them in St. Louis like once every so many years, just a little fluttering of it. But that's heavy duty stuff there. See them that far south, that strong.
Reddish purple. You can still see the star in it. That's nice. Yeah, I don't see that. Let me try looking out the front window real quick. Turn my mic off.
Oh, time to go. Trade safe.
Let's go, 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 go. Solana, go.
Kept my eye on that Popcat with that RSI heat chart, and I saw it fizzling out. I shorted it, and it's coming down. Yeah.
Short it. Popcat's been a weak ass coin anyway. If you go to crypto bubbles and you put all the coins in coin.
Yeah, last 5 days though, it's kind of came out of nowhere. Like it's getting some action again for some reason or another. But
It's so
yeah,
scared,
it was dead for a while there.
It's dead. If you go to crypto bubbles and you put Coinbase coins only, and then go to 1 year and put the ones that are down the most, and it's up there at the top. That, you know how that goes. Could do a big green God candle and then bleed back down. I'm long on Solana from 154. I'm doing pretty good. Man, it's been quiet on here. We must be the hardcore traders.
Yeah, it's quiet Tuesday night. I'm just getting some work done on my computer for a project, and just always usually have the chat pulled up listening in case all of a sudden something goes crazy. That's what happened to me at the right there with the Trump coin. I was just happened to be, it was late. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning here, something like that. And it wasn't on this channel, but something came across my phone about the Trump coin. And I'm researching the hell out of it. And people are like, they don't know if it was real or fake. And people's no, it's just a hoax. And no, it's not legit and everything else. And I got in at like $7 or something like that, and frick made a killing on it. But so ever since then, I'm like, I've got to keep my ears open because you never know when something is gonna just come out of the blue, even a news story, a war starting or a terrorist attack or something like that. And it just like,
Yeah.
that's the one good thing with Polymarket. They're a little slow to react on a lot of stuff. So if you hear breaking news right away, you can hop on there and
Mm,
um, you know, sometimes get some good odds.
Interesting. Well, let's see what happens when they announce the reopening of the government. If it's going to be sell the news, or is it going to be pump time?
I was now that you say that, I did not check the market once today. I'm usually checking it several times. I don't think I even looked at it once today. What did it do?
I didn't look either, but Juicy told me that it did okay.
Yeah, it was only up. Oh, that's the futures. It's up 34. What it did.
Nothing to.
Oh,
You know,
apparently the Dow reached another record high today.
well, we're all right then. We just.
Shit, I didn't even look at my Fidelity account. It was Anna's Day.
Yeah, I don't feel too bad about this long I took on Solana here because I don't know, man. I'm kind of bullish, and even with this drop down we just took on Bitcoin, I feel like it's a gift, and like not getting in down here, I feel like almost more worried to not get in and be out of position than to sit there and wait for more downside. But I guess that's just
And the
where I'm
gist I
at.
get out of, again, it's kind of
Sentiment
listening to a
wise,
bunch.
that's where I'm at. And then the thing, the number one thing is the global money flow chart is pointing up, and I cannot get that out of my mind. And we're already past the 7th of this month and all of that. So
Yeah, this shutdown screwed up a lot of stuff. It sounds like, there's a good chance they might drop it down to 92, and then all of a sudden, all the big boys are going to
yeah,
come in, gobble up, and then run it up to
I know that's exactly
140.
Yeah, I saw that on Bear Soloway's chart. He had that trend line down to 92. That could get there. But he also believes we're going to an all-time high of 129. So we'll see. As of right now, I'm playing it that we're not going to go to 93. I guess I'll find out if it's a mistake.
Yeah, I've pretty much just been doing all leverage snipe trading for the last 10 months. Just
I guess if
I
you
know
don't
we're
stay
getting,
in position, it doesn't matter if it's just in and
yeah,
out.
I'm in and out. Yeah, just saving up some bags for when everything does come tumbling down. Then I'll just buy a bunch of spot and sit back.
Well, I think you'll be lucky if you get 93, if you get it. But we'll see. Just my opinion.
Yeah, wish we could have a glimpse into the future for just a split
Oh, right.
second.
We'd be damn rich by now. If I could have done my mistakes, I already went back and calculated. I could have been a millionaire already. For 100%, I could have been a millionaire if I would have done the right things. I don't know if I'm supposed to be looking at stuff like that, but I couldn't help it. And I went back the other day and looked at all my things I've done on Coinbase going all the way back to 2023 in October. And there was a couple plays that I should have made that I totally screwed up. That if I would have just stayed in them, I would have had my million. Oh well, that's life. Can't take it with you.
This is true.
Ultimately, I just am happy I'm alive. So I guess I'll leave it there.
Yeah. I've used up 7 of my 9 lives, so consider myself lucky.
Oh yeah, me too, man. And that just sticks in my head every time I see somebody around my age pass away, which was actually a couple days ago. A guy I went to high school with passed away, same age.
Yeah, that's a eye opener.
Passed away from a heart attack and nobody knows why.
Ooh.
Never had a heart problem. Just out of nowhere. Well, I'm not going to go into what I think it could be. I'm going to just leave it at that. But it doesn't matter what the reason is. Just goes to show. It don't matter if I had $1 million bucks, because if I'm going to be if I don't have life, it doesn't matter. That's the important thing.
Health is heavily underrated.
It keeps me sane, that thinking like that. When I sit back and think of all the mistakes that I made financially, thinking like that keeps me sane and keeps me from not going into depression and things like that. Because I know that it's true. I know it doesn't matter. Money doesn't matter if I don't have health and life. But I guess it's cool to know that at least coming into this crypto thing, I could have been a millionaire if I would have played it right. So at least I know that I had opportunity. It wasn't just a total shit show. The chance was there. I had to try. And that's not over with yet.
Always new projects launching and other, things coming into play. So
Next bear market, I'm coming back and I'm gonna kill the hell out of that. I'm gonna get Bitcoin at the bottom this time. I'm not gonna trade it. I'm just gonna get the bottom and just hold the damn thing. The question is, how low is it gonna go? 50K? 60, 70, what, 40? What do you think? Lower? I don't know.
sorry, I was on mute. Well, I mean, looking at all the different possible scenarios out there, I mean, it could definitely go down to as low as I think, 75, but I don't know. I'm not
That's reasonable.
seasoned enough. I'm not seasoned enough to even try to jump into those waters. So just really been trading since the first of the year.
Oh, you're newer than me.
I bought into the market back in 2021, but it was just all I was just looking around.
You're older.
I spent about $10,000 on in Coinbase and just sat there and just watched stuff go up and stuff go down, and then cashed some out a year and a half ago. Made some pretty good money off of it, and then really didn't even look at it again until first of the year.
Oh wow, you did good.
So I'm pretty green.
I wish I could have been around since 21 and got to see all those prices. They were so low back then.
Yeah, but Solana, I took a bath on because it was higher
Oh,
I believe it was Solana. I'd have to go back and look, but
oh, you had to
Yeah.
take part of the dump going down to $8.
mhm.
Yeah, that's horrible. And then it came down to $8. You probably didn't even want to touch it.
Oh, hell no.
Who did back then? But damn. Damn.
I bought it. I bought it at 8.
You're a bad boy.
I bought $1,000 worth at 8, or $12 Australian. $8.
Vitalik.
That was just no. So I had some money come in, and it just came in, and then I just bought, and then that stuff happened. So it was just more
Good stuff.
as I, s-
So you know how much
I was just waiting for some money to come in. And when it came in, I bought, and it happened to be $8. I was lucky.
it's 10, dude. You done made 10x at 80, and then you got to see two. Yeah, that ain't bad either. I wouldn't have complained.
There'll be coins like
Link
that
is
time around.
Link is running pretty good here. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm running on Sol. 157%. We get that full percent, so yeah, 300%. Oh no, it's starting to round out down here. This Bitcoin dump is starting to look a little roundish.
How do you
Dominance is
mean?
starting to dump.
I see a bear flag or head and shoulders on the 5-minute at least.
I see some seller exhaustion and some dumping dominance.
Got the two butt cheeks there.
Volume is abysmal though.
All right. We're going to put you down in the waiting club here. And put you over there with Ghost, you and Ghost. A check mark. We got me and Zeusy on the in. We're in. I think Joe's in. Rubber ain't in our out. He's Rubber scalp.
Nice. Speaking of Joe, what happened to the British Joe, the big dude? Haven't heard him in about 6 or 8 weeks.
They do know.
He just like vanished.
Maybe he didn't survive the 10th of October.
He was gone. Yeah, he was gone for a good month even before then. He's okay.
Pump it. Big bag.
What's the word, chat? Guess it was a good time for me to walk away. Damn. Haven't done shit. What's everybody up to?
Joining Soul. Chat's having a great debate about AI replacing everyone and who's replaceable.
I mean, everybody, I guess, right? Somebody told me a long time ago. It's a couple cycles ago already. Like 3 cycles. They were like, we're coming into an era where either you're going to be an investor or you're going to work service for people who invest. You need to make a decision right now what you want your future to be. And it never really hit hard until this AI shit started coming in, and it's like, yeah, I mean, honestly, the only jobs that are going to be left in the long run are going to be service jobs. People want to get served by a human. They want a bartender to talk to as a human. They want, you know what I mean? But everything else, all the other technical shit,
I don't know. I think you'll have your trade still, and you'll also have robot maintenance people.
yeah, but I mean stuff that people want personal service for. Things that you want a human touch for. I think you want to go out with dinner with your girl or something, and it's a robot waitress and a robot bartender and a robot playing the piano. Like, I think humans will still be used to set a vibe, to set like a personal touch, but those aren't jobs that people want to do for the rest of their lives. So it's not like it's a great thing.
But won't they just be fancy restaurants then with human services?
Yeah, that's what
Because
I mean.
no one has money, so no one has jobs. So they have to go to the robot restaurants because they're cheap.
Oh, well, I don't know what. Like I said, you're either gonna either invest or you're gonna work service for people who invest. Now, how you're gonna be treated if you're working service jobs is, yeah, you're probably gonna be eating crappy burgers from a robot at Burger King. I've already been to a McDonald's where you couldn't. There wasn't even a cashier. All they had was cooks, and you had to order on a tablet that was at the cash register. Order on a tablet, pay with a card, and then
You
the
don't have those
cooks just made it.
self-serve kiosks?
No, for McDonald's, not that I know of.
Every McDonald's and KFC and fast food place in Australia has them.
Yeah,
Like they're standard now.
yeah, you're seeing. I mean, you're seeing it more and more, but it's just to go to show, right? It's not a far off concept that we're talking about. I got buddies that worked in the warehouse at They worked in the warehouse in Amazon. They got laid off and then replaced by machines. I mean, like now, you know what I mean? It's not even like future that we're talking about. Or like Walmart. You go to Walmart at 3 in the morning, they got those robots going up and down the aisles, scanning the aisles, doing inventory. A couple different ones cleaning, the rest of them scanning the aisles. You go to the cash register, there's nobody there, it's self-serve. Like one security guard and like 4 people walking around the store. Massive warehouse store.
What is Bitcoin doing?
Consolidating in a bearish channel.
I feel like it's going to break out to the top and then go straight down the bottom. Turn around and go straight down the bottom.
Well, my orders are set. I'm not touching them. Happens. Set it and forget it.
That's what I'd like for my next trade. It's all-time high, but no.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be rough. You're not far off in chat. I have this conversation with people all the time. When Trump stood up and announced that he wanted to make the US the manufacturing capital of the world, and that they were gonna bring back coal and they were gonna bring back all of this shit, people were like, "Oh, he's trying to put us back to work in an assembly line. They're trying to send us back to the mines." And I'm sitting there laughing like, you think you guys are gonna get jobs? He never said he was gonna put you guys to work. Said he was gonna make America the manufacturing capital of the world. To compete with China, that means he can't have employees. You can't beat what they're paying employees over there. That means automation. That means these companies are coming back to mostly fully automated manufacturing. So while the companies might be coming back, that doesn't mean the jobs are coming back. Think about it. What's easier to do? Take a company that's already fully staffed and fire everybody and automate, or go through a 10-year process of laying people off and automating, or starting a brand new manufacturing plant somewhere new, automating from the very beginning. Right now, you don't have a complete workforce that's pissy because they're being laid off and shit. And what better way to do that than massive layoffs because of a global pandemic? You can still shoplift if you want, as long as you're faster than the bot. Those things don't get tired, bro. They'll be chasing you for 3 weeks. I remember my dumb ass in high school once. It was me and my homeboy and this dude that we didn't really know like that. And I was an asshole. I was a dick in high school, so just bear with me. This current me would not do this, but we're like, yo, let's go eat. We were all broke, dead ass broke, all 3 of us. But yo, we'll go eat. We'll just put on some pizza, whatever. Da 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 da. We go to Pizza Hut and we order like 3 different pizzas, meat lovers, bunch of pitchers. We were just OD'd. ate till we felt like we were gonna throw up. And then me and my boy excused ourselves to the bathrooms and we ran out the front door, right? We left that dude that we didn't know in there to pay for the bill. On some dickhead shit, right? Bro, this employee at Pizza Hut was like the Terminator. This guy chased us for like 4 blocks. He would not stop. He would not get winded. He would not. He's like a machine. They finally caught us. Cops came and all types of shit. Brought us back into the Pizza Hut. The dude we were with is sitting there like, bro, really? I did so much stupid shit when I was young, yeah. But I'll never forget that dude. I hope they gave him Employee of the Month. Because I was fast, but there was no beating this guy. That's that shit you do when you're young that you don't give any thought to. It's just like the thought occurs to you and you just do it. And then you're in the middle of doing it and then you start to realize what you're doing and it's like, oh shit, what are we doing? Bro, the dude ran us down. Then we ran into a motorcycle cop down the street. He drives his motorcycle up on the sidewalk, handcuffs me to my boy, and walks us back to the Pizza Hut, escorting us on the motorcycle, like behind us on the motorcycle on the sidewalk. But the way that he handcuffed us, it looked like me and my boy were holding hands. That shit was funny as shit. Everybody in the cars were beeping. Stupid. In high school. Like freshman year of high school or some shit. I should have played it off. I should have been like, that was like 30 minutes ago. That's what took me so long. That would have been. Yep. That's when I learned that that was an actual charge. They call it defrauding an innkeeper. Our argument was we weren't robbing Pizza Hut. We were stiffing homeboy with the bill. Like, no beef, Pizza Hut. You guys have great pizza. Like, it's not personal. We just thought dude would pay.
That was just an initiation. Fair flags tend to break down, not up. Dbloc, is that an office, like, separate from your house?
Home office.
I was thinking about that yacht you're having and using that as your home office. And you can just write it all off.
Oh man. Gotta do a couple streams a month out of it. Write it off. I mean, I've thought about getting an office. And then I thought about what that means.
I mean, if you have a massive tax bill, like a massive one, then it probably actually save you money to do it.
Yeah, for sure. And it does. Right? It's a write off. But to have a yeah. One of my friends has a penthouse in Brickell and he streams, but his rent's like 8K a month. All that shit gets written off. This country is set up to benefit businesses, man. If you don't become a business, can't complain about not being, you know what I mean, taken care of. Well, that's what I started thinking about. I was like, I don't know, bro, because that guy was kind of like a robot. That's how we started with the damn waiter that ended up being the Terminator. Like in the future, you try to steal something from Walmart, you jump in your car and there's like 17 bots running after you that don't get tired. First of all, don't steal, guys. There's a lot of things to worry about with bots and AI, and us not being able to steal any longer should not be one of the things we're complaining about here. Let's just start with don't steal. That's alright. If they give me problems with the home office, then I'll just get an awful home office. They're having more problems than just home offices. Commercial real estate is tanking. Can't tell you the amount of office space that's sitting empty right now. Wanted people to work from home, you know?
They should convert it to condos.
I mean, it's just space right now. I would love it. I mean, my first place in New York was an old sort of, I think it was like a news printing, some sort. It was just a big, like, loft warehouse, repurposed. I love that type of shit. That's just a vibe. No walls, you know what I mean? Open floor plan, big empty space.
Yep.
I said it during that time though. When everything went work from home, I was like, things will never be the same again. Because these companies have been doing this like this for so long that they don't even realize. Like, all it took was a year or two for people to realize how much money they're saving on not having to operate a brick and mortar. And how it didn't affect their productivity at all, for the most part, you know? I mean, I work for myself and I wouldn't be as productive with a brick and mortar. And I got to get up in the morning, take a shower, get dressed, jump in the car, go through rush hour traffic to get, bro. I took 3 trades by then while drinking my coffee.
You have no excuse to be late for work.
And yet, and yet I find a way. I just like the convenience of being able to work whenever I want. If I can't sleep 5, 6 in the morning, I'm not like a sit in bed and stare at the ceiling type guy. Like, I'll just jump up and go to work.
That is the dream.
Not if I could help it, Nicholas. But no, I'm looking for a higher low. That would be a lower low. You see how even the RGB is indecisive? That shit's building red and green candles. I just noticed. Look, it's building a green candle right now. And as soon as it starts to look parabolic, tops out, red candling. I just click random on the damn. Yeah, this would be a higher low here. This or anywhere down, anywhere underneath 98 would be a higher low. I could sink it. I mean, I have what I need to do, but I did it before and I don't like the vibe. It looks cool though. You just need a camera. You need a camera and one of those Govies. This one, all of these do it, where you hook it up to the camera and you point it at your TV. And like any movie that's showing on the TV, it gives you like the ambiance of the movie, right? If it's like a blue sky, everything goes blue. But then you put it on like crypto bubbles, and you just have one Bitcoin bubble or one bubble of whatever you're watching, and you point it at the bubble on the 1 minute or the 15-second. And as it goes green or red, all the lights will flash green or red, but that shit is annoying. Any of them will work fast. You just want to make sure that they're diffused if you're going to get them. That's the difference between your shit looking cool and your shit looking like a gamer, like Twitch sort of setup, right? Where all you see is the bright ass LED bulbs around the top of the... Whatever lights you get have to have like a cover on them that diffuses the light. Yeah, most of the bigger stuff from Govee comes with it. They're all Govee lights, I think. Yeah. I can remember Drew screaming at me when I built this office. I built this shit during the last bear market, like almost 4 years ago now. I can just remember Drew going, I'd be like, yo, I bought something else. He's like, during a bear market? You spending money during a bear market? Like, I know. One of the hardest things, I'll tell you right now, one of the hardest things is being in the bear and holding on to your dry powder for those bottoms and not letting it burn a hole in your pocket, bro. You're just itching to spend it. Yeah, low key, it was like a group effort. People were recommending shit. Gloomy. Gloomy's another one, yo. Gloomy lives in an arcade. I don't know, but that's exactly why you need to have invalidations, Adrian. And why you need to move your stops into profit, because if you're still round tripping this late into the game, something's got to change. As much as alts have round trip, like that lesson should be hardwired by now. All right, Fast. What's your Discord name? Same thing? Oh, yeah, damn. I don't know, bro. That's bad because usually we don't see the same lows, right? But even if you round trip from bear market bottom to bear market bottom, even if you're still in profit from your bear market bottom buys, that's got to sting a little, right? Like the opportunity loss. That's how I look at it. Because people are like, just buy Bitcoin, buy more Bitcoin, stack 15 years, you'll be straight. And it's like, yeah, I hear you, but if I do it my way, I can have a lot more Bitcoin in 15 years.
Yo.
What's good, man?
Let's send it. But yeah.
You should still be able to message me fast. Just send the message request.
I got into Solana down there, 154.
All right, I'll check the friend request, bro.
And that's my first trade since Target 2 at the top. When I got
Yeah,
out.
I feel you. I haven't been doing too much trading either.
Oh man, let's see how this goes.
I mean, Alt had a nice little run today for some scalps. I was looking at it correctly. Yeah, we're looking at what? Between like 7 and 3% for most of them. Well, no, actually not for most of them. Like maybe half.
Where do you think Solana could get up to here for this? Considering I got in here at 154.
I don't think it's done coming down, but
What were you
300.
targeting?
I know what you think. You told me already.
What were you targeting when you bought it?
Back up to what was it? I gotta go look at the chart. I don't have it in front of me. It was where we came down from, like 170 or something below there. Whatever the 800 was at.
170.
Below that though.
Excuse me. You bought the bottoms or you bought somewhere up here?
$154, he said.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear him. Well, you're in a bearish channel. You did buy towards the bottom of the bearish channel, which isn't horrible. But as long as you respect the fact that we're definitely.
If it drops his price, it's going to fall off a cliff, though.
3 hits to the bottom, 2 to the top. Yeah, it's all about entries. Never a problem. As long low entries on patterns are never a problem. The problem is if you don't set your stop loss or don't respect your stop loss. You have a clear invalidation here, right? If you come down underneath 153.6, maybe
I already
1
got
or
my
2
stop loss.
ATRs underneath that.
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. I mean, if you played this from the beginning, right? If you were watching this and you were actively catching a falling knife, what you'd really be waiting for is this W pattern to invalidate before you gave up. Gave up hope.
But here's the deal is for me with the money flow pointing up, it's kind of risky for me to assume that that's going to happen.
Yeah, but in a vacuum, yeah. But then you have Bitcoin. Right?
So I'm
So
thinking the same
everything on
thing.
Sol could look great, right? Money flow could be coming in. Everything could look fine. You could be at support, but somebody sells a little bit too much Bitcoin. And then none
I
of that
agree,
shit.
but
Yeah.
I'm thinking the exact same thing with Bitcoin. It's kind of risky not to be in position after this dump.
That's
down
good. As long as you're taking both things into consideration and you can, back up your reasoning for getting in the trade. As far as I'm concerned, that's a good trade. As long as you've got good risk management going. Protect
If I was
yourself against being wrong.
I'd go for 160 something, 161 too, then I'd be out.
The dominant pattern right now would be this stuff. As of now, I would be taking.
Oh, that's what I see. Showing that.
I mean, it's gonna happen. You'll have to take sentiment into consideration. You got to take volume into consideration.
And the Bears have been giving me a hard time.
Well, I mean, that's why we're here, right? Somebody thinks it's gonna go down, and they have a reason for it.
I'm just talking my stuff.
Bro, Liberty's hot, huh? That thing's hot.
Is it moving? I didn't even notice.
Yeah. Just had a what? 5% 1 minute candle on nowhere. Pew.
So that's your area of interest right there, Eman. You come back down into this range, you're in danger. That bottom line for me would be last. I wouldn't want to play underneath.
I'll be out at 154. I really don't got a lot of room here.
Black Friday.
When are you playing with what you call it?
What? World Liberty, yeah. I got in there earlier. Well, I got in it at 15. It's been 15 all day. I'm in that. I've been trading Tau. I'm in that and Tau. I was in Meteora. I got out and that thing ripped when I got out. I didn't give it enough time.
No, but I tell you what, they come into 154 and get me out. I'll be right there with you. I'll join you, and I don't have to take the trade.
YouTube, don't feed the trolls, man. They're just salty right now.
I set some grid orders up under 154 and down and see what I can get, I guess, if that happens.
Yeah, it's crazy sincere. Looking back, it's nuts.
Oh, how the... No wonder why your chat looks different. I'm on the wrong channel.
You were like,
it must have changed when you updated
who are
or
all
something.
these new people?
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? Autumn, this, what? I'm like, what?
This guy said, are you guys on drugs? What kind of crap is this? First of all, super poor voice clarity. Look, I'll have you know that that's just EMAD, okay? He's not on drugs. Mike's just a little wonky. And
my fault.
And you guys are only talking shit. I take offense to that because we talk a lot more than just shit, okay? So get it right. You guys are talking shit, maybe, but you guys are only talking shit. I'm not gonna stand for that.
I'm on a few drugs. What kind of?
You sharing?
I took some omeprazole. Yeah.
Are you guys on drugs? Have you not been paying attention to the market? Yes. Yes. A wide range of antidepressants, anxiety pills. I'm just talking.
Medication.
I'm just talking shit. I'm talking shit. I said don't feed the trolls, and then I just like fed the trolls. Don't feed the trolls. I'll do it.
There's a lot of
What's going on, Darts?
action in YouTube.
Nah, YouTube's been lit, man. Emotions are high, so it's like you know how that.
Emotional. Every time I hear
Emotional
emotional,
damage.
yeah. Emotional damage. I had that on my Stream Deck. Oh, looks like I'm gonna build a whole new PC.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna take me a while, but
I appreciate it, Mikhail. Wait, what did he say? Oh, language. I appreciate it, bro. For real, bro. Sometimes you just gotta get in YouTube chat and make somebody else feel your pain. Know how that is. Back up, Terror. Terror. Put it in reverse, Terror. Global liquidity is good. We're coming off of that little side hitch. So we had that little side hitch here. 12th now, right? So we can move one day over. Welcome back, Venus.
I can just see Venus making her name and going S. No, taken. Another S. Taken. Another S. Taken. Oh, two more S's. Oh, that worked.
Yo, L, what's good, bro? Yeah, I think so. Kiyotaka was on maintenance, though. They took some off of that 102. It's only 245 now. So a little bit less on top, a little bit more on bottom.
For me, it's working, the website Kiyotaka.
Yeah, it's working now. I just checked it. It's been shitty for the past week, though. Like, really glitchy.
Yeah, they are doing some updates. I saw on their Discord.
Oh, okay. I thought it was me for a while. I was like, yo, am I having like graphics issues or something? Like,
No. They are doing continuous updates, like at least one a day.
Who's that?
yo, Taco. Yeah, I can tell because every time I come on at the bottom, it's like refresh for the new version. I'm like, I just did that like twice today.
You are using the web version, right?
Yeah, I'm on the web version.
I'm using the desktop application, and it's actually working much more faster than the
I
web.
probably should download that.
It's a few megabytes. But that website has been helping me a lot in the last 2 weeks.
What's it called
Because
again?
Kiyotaka.ai. On the heat map liquidity Dbloc, there's a certain, let's say, player that manipulates price and actually places buying order blocks or selling order blocks around 2,000 Bitcoin in real time, and you can see that.
Yeah, I've seen it split up a couple times where it's like 17 on one, 300 on the other, 12 on one, 700 on the other.
Yeah. By the way, Dbloc, how's the fear and greed index?
Let's check it out. It's still riding the line. We're back in extreme fear. Let's go.
Yeah, 26.
We've been coming in and out of extreme fear, extreme fear.
Is that what you got? 26?
Yeah, roughly 24.
Are you guys fearful?
Barely bullish.
Are you scared of the pump? Is that what it is? People are
You're
just
scared of the pump.
they're scared of the pump. That's why it says fear, extreme fear.
You talking about a shotgun?
I just don't want it to go up too high. I just don't want the market to go up too high. You know what I mean? Too quickly.
If we had, and we didn't, right? So this is a moot point, but I'm gonna make it anyways because why not? If we had trap longs above our weekend trap, and this had signaled a false move up, and we had put in that high on Monday, we would still be expecting one more day down. What I'm trying to say is we wouldn't feel super bearish right now, right? Because we'd be in a 3-day retracement. This is why when I came and I drew this out the other day, yesterday, and I said, look, the most bullish thing that could happen here is that we come down for a higher low and get type 2 traders in, right? That's like if we could draw the chart the way we wanted to make it do what we wanted, the most bullish thing was not to keep going up, because we know what happens if that, if we keep going up. The most bullish thing was to come back into these ranges where we have support and put in a higher low, right? And then I specifically said, when we make this move down, be careful not to let yourself get too bearish, because all the bears will come out of the woodwork. You can't have one with the other without the other, right? You can't have the higher low fractal without that move down. Unless you want to put in an unsustainable push. And you know what's worse than a move from 107 to 102? A move from 117 to 102. Imagine the sentiment that we have right now, right? As bearish as things are. Then imagine what happens once you start breaking 110. Bullish, that's it. Bull market's back, everybody's back on board. Get to 117, retrace all the way back to clear this liquidity. You think you'd be able to convince anybody that the bull market isn't over at this point? Could be a wrap, bro. So for me, this was best case scenario, so it's hard for me to get bearish when my sort of wish setup starts to play out. Now, if we don't catch, and if we get the psychological low and it breaks, and this buy wall doesn't hold, then we can start like, okay, tensing up a little bit. The trend is your friend till the end, right? So we've got a high, higher low, higher high, higher low. So until you break structure, you have no reason to assume that this is a lower high yet because of your internal structure. Now we know what happens when these W patterns break out slowly, right? This is a bearish channel, which is why I said if we don't hold and we start breaking some of those levels, then we have a reason, for concern.
What's your thoughts on the M2 money supply right now?
Looks good. I mean, we're only a couple days into our push, so it's not bad. We just moved the arrow over a little bit. So this move that I'm looking for down, like I said yesterday, psychological low, psychological high, golden pocket, all that liquidity, and the bottom of the bearish channel, right? All come in at that confluence. So for me, this is where my orders are set. All the way down to this buy order, a little bit underneath it. From the psychological high all the way down to this buy order. And what I'm playing is simply trend continuation, right? If we're in a range and we're doing this and this holds, then I'm playing that move to the top of the range. Now that move to the top of the range gives us the break of that W and it gives us that right side. So that's icing on the cake, right? That's a trade that might be able to actually continue. If it breaks out, if it hits our measured move, or if it hits the top of the range and then it comes back to retest and hold, and that's your type 4 trade. I want the God candles that never give any of it back. Just like you guys, trust me. But until we're ready to do that, and we've got the sentiment to sustain it, like a failed God candle is a lot worse for sentiment than, you know, just slowly climbing.
That damn token I was talking about earlier, and then things up, what, 14% since I mentioned it.
Did you buy some?
No.
Thought we were gonna stop doing that, Rooney.
Yeah. No, it's too new. That's that 4 billion market cap one that just came out.
Rooney's got a good eye for projects, but he doesn't trust his own instincts. Yet. Yeah, once you do, you're gonna be a problem though. Because you've talked about a lot of new shit that ended up doing really well. Just didn't get in it. I did that too. I told you I was that guy with for Bitcoin in the beginning. I was like, you guys don't
Wait for
understand.
it
This
to
is gonna
dip.
change the planet. You have no idea. And then I didn't get any.
Oh, you sold it at 200%. One thing, I think this thing is just catching on too.
The volume was, I mean, there's enough room. I would come in there every day and just check the volume.
Mm-hmm. Well,
If you
it's
see
slowly
that start to
increasing.
go up, then
That's how I noticed it. Because that's how I keep track of my tokens. I put them in order of volume. And that one kept creeping up. That's how you catch a lot of tokens before they pump.
oh, this is a naked Litecoin chart. What am I on? Oh, I'm on market maker thing. Oh, great. It just says market maker because I was showing somebody the whatever. I'm not even gonna. I know y'all. The harder I try to explain it, the worse it's gonna. So for Litecoin, we're trying to hold. Right, we had our 1-2. Luckily, I mean, and this is very much luck, but the 2 points of interest for me going in for Litecoin. First of all, on the way down, we had it from here for the longest, right? Our 1 and 2 buy levels. But that move up since we de-risked into the 9th, like I got out of Litecoin on the 9th strictly because of the de-risk on M2. So I got out on that candle, on the green candle. Basically fed the ducks while they were cracking. It did go up the next day, but we all know what happened after that. But it hit our target level for re-entry. Target 2. And since then it's been holding. Been climbing back above. Get back out. So it's been trying to climb back above this uptrend. Right? Underneath, bears are in control. Above, bulls are in control, in my opinion. And we haven't been able to break it. You see the fight. We're underneath it again right now. What I don't like is this big vector gap underneath. I'm worried that if we can't get going, we're going to take at least half of it. We take the whole range. %50 of that vector would be at 94. So that would mean losing the 200 and the 50 on the 4 hour. And then just like everything else, you're putting in that higher low. You already had one W here that invalidated. Validated with this structure right there. Yeah, anything underneath 50% of the vectors is a discount, in my opinion. And then we'll start talking about some top targets, y'all, once we can stabilize, right? Once we put out, like, if we put in these W fractals and we put out these, we take out these vectors and stabilize, then we can start talking about top targets. But if you wanted a rough idea of where that would be, a lot of ifs in between here and there. But if the W did play out, you're looking at like 147. Almost the target one. Well, old target one. So our target one here is from our W. This is still active. I'm not invalidating it because of 1010. I told you, I'm not letting this wick on 1010 invalidate structure. We all know why it happened. It wasn't organic. So for some people will want to fight me on that. I'm sure Zeus is probably asleep if he's not talking by now. Because he would have loved to get a piece of that one. But
Sure.
yeah, for me, no, for me, this W pattern is still valid, which means that that 151 is still the overarching target. It could stop anywhere before that 50% too. So like, if that's a trade you're really trying to get in, just make sure you have it up on one of your charts, on one of your screens. Because that 50% is the 0.5, but it's only the 0.5 of the vector. Right? If we fib the whole thing, then that 0.5 lands between your 0.5 of the fib and the golden pocket. Right? 50% of the vector is right between both of them. So there is a chance that you could hit that 0.5 and push out. without completely hitting the vector. So yeah, EK. Yeah, except for one metric. Except for 4 years from the top. 4 years from the top, we still have, I believe, a couple weeks. But if you're counting bottoms to tops, or bottoms to bottoms, or tops to, what was it, counting bottoms to tops, or if you're counting from the halving, from halving to halving, then yeah, we're right translated already if we put in another high. I mean, we've been looking for this for a while. Like, I typed this out. I mean, we were still down here, guys. It was September. It was worse. We were down here, right? We were July, August, September, when everybody started whispering about right translated or super cycle. I said, look, this is going to be really important. So we're going to need to find a metric that we can follow because we don't want to get that wrong. And for me, the metric was always if M2 took out the highs of October 9th. Right. So technically, if we just forget about Bitcoin completely, global liquidity is right translated at the moment. Right? Global liquidity should have already started to show signs of retracement. And it does show some weakness, but there's a lot of volatility coming up.
By the way, Dbloc, are you ready for some higher highs on gold?
I wish everybody the best. I did hold on to some. I told myself I lied and I said that maybe it can go to 10K on some crazy shit. I want to hold on to some just in case, but I really just wanted to hold on to a couple of like my bigger Cuban pieces. But yeah, if it goes crazy, I've got some to get rid of. But I mean, I've been in gold since for like almost 3 years now. Like I rode that entire thing up. I'm okay if I miss, another maybe 20 or 30% on top.
You are still holding it, right?
No, I got rid of most of my gold.
Oh, okay.
At the
Around
highs.
4,000.
Yeah, at the highs.
I'd almost hit
Yeah.
5 grand, huh? But I hit
Almost.
48, 47.
Bro, I called my dude. Listen, that deal that I made with my gold guy at 33 was the best thing I ever did, bro. Because he was so happy to get it at the time when I sold some gold at 3,300. Because I told YouTube, I was like, look, my initial take profit was supposed to be 3K. Right? And people called me crazy when I said 3K gold. And then we went up and I was like, all right, I'll sell some at 33, but I'm keeping it because I think this could go to 4K for sure. But when I sold it to the gold guy, I was like, look, you get to just give me whatever premium you want. You want me to pay 12%, 10%? Just tell me what you're going to give me, outside of the spot price. But when I come back with the rest of it, I want every dollar a spot. He's like, sure, my friend. Like, all right, cool. So I called him on the phone. As soon as we hit those highs, I was like, hey, you want to make that deal? And he's like, sure, let's do it. And I was like, all right, give me the price right now. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. He's like, well, da da da. I'm like, look, give it to me right now. Give me the price right now, and I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Like, if it makes you feel any better, I think it's going to go up a little higher. And he kind of laughed and shit.
We never underestimate Mr. Market.
That's for sure.
I just think of all those people that were lined up on the streets outside of those gold dealers buying gold at the tops. That's what a top signal looks like. That's what euphoria looks like. What happened,
By the
Fats?
way, Dbloc, did you have the chance to read the Warren Buffett's Thanksgiving annual letter?
No, I didn't. You tell everybody to buy some Bitcoin? Imagine.
No.
Can you imagine?
No, I
He
got a
just
few
shocked
friends,
the
man.
world one day and was like, look, I've been giving it some thought.
I got some friends, man. They made a ton of gold. They've been, God, a lot of lost people around here, man, and they've been saving their gold ever since I can remember. They got a lot of it. 24K.
Give me a second.
They go as it goes, man. Gotta take it. Take them chips.
I saw this video yesterday. This guy, it's a pretty good idea. He pays the $300 a month for like Grok Pro. And then he asks it all types of questions, and then people watch the videos to see the answers instead of paying the $300. So he asks it the same question every week. He asks it, is the cycle over? What's the top going to be? What's Bitcoin? What's Ethereum? What's total going to be? Whatever. And then I think every week or every couple weeks, he asks it again. He asks it again. I'm only saying this because it fits my bias. But the answer from the last one was Bitcoin 150, Ethereum 665, something like that. 4.2 on total, and done by the second month of 2020. What was interesting though was to see how many times the number's been revised. It was calling for 185 Bitcoin before, and then 1010 happened, and then it was like, okay, 150. Let's see that 85. Now, mind you, Grok got its ass whooped in that trading competition, so take that shit with a grain of salt. Don't let that affect your trading at all. I just thought it was interesting because it was like the top level, highest paid version, right? It took like 2 minutes, but it used like 12 AI agents to gather all the information. Not the same Grok you're using, unless you're paying top tier.
That's crazy. $300 a month for
$300 a month is wild. I mean, unless you're using it to make money, obviously.
Yeah, that guy has film it.
Not only film it, but write it off as a business expense because it's part of your stream.
Dump it now, I guess.
Dump it? No. Pump it.
Finish my trade. It was short lived. No, I want to re-enter again. Not far down. Take Solana for 150.
All these tokens with the ETFs, man, they cooled right down when they got the ETF. Bad rumor.
They always do that.
Yep. Oh, People are
This
buying
time it
the
might be
hype.
a little different, man. I kind of like the way it's set up right now. And again, anytime somebody tells you this time might be different, just choose whether you want to ignore the following sentence or not. But the way I'm looking at it is, you're right. What happens is you get that really long buy-in stage. Oh, it's gonna get an ETF. It's gonna get an ETF. It's gonna get an ETF. And it finally gets the ETF. If Grayscale has a fund already, you're screwed because they're gonna dump off, and you know. But even if not, most people are just gonna take profit on the news. This is a little different. You had a little bit of the sell. You had a little bit of the buy-in to it, right? Hype about the ETF. Hype about the ETF. Then government shuts down.
Mm.
No news. Absolutely radio silence on ETFs. Then 1010 happens. Everything goes back to nothing. Quick reset on everything. And there's no reason to buy them because there's no hype for the ETF. So I don't think we've had the speculative phase come in for that yet.
True.
Which
So that
means,
thing could
because remember,
rip.
the news that's most effective is the one that beats expectations, right? If it comes in as expected, it really doesn't have an effect. But if they open the government tomorrow and they say, boom, 5 different acceptances, and people haven't bought into the idea of the ETF, there's going to be FOMO. It's a good setup for FOMO. Let's just put it like that. Can't really count on how humans are going to act most of the time, but it's a pretty decent setup for FOMO.
Mm-hmm. That's why I want to hold some Tau. I can't believe Tau made it ahead of a lot of other ones, man.
Sometimes, once they get big, just that fact makes it get bigger and bigger. And people don't like to take too much risk, so they're like, "Oh, these people are trusted." I'm talking about the people who are using Tao, not like the traders.
Zcash 453. What about Uniswap? What happened to that? Let's see. It's
Still
still
not
at 8.
down to my numbers.
Damn. Stubborn. Anything else? You don't want to look at some stuff just for fun?
I'm doing something.
SPX 68. Damn. It's Cardano at 56. The Doge at 17, huh? Let's see. Down. Zcash. Fetch. That was hot. Needs to come down more. It's objective 90. Coming up. What about JTO? What happened? Still down there. Give me a dump. Virtual. Still high. Avantis 5196. Golly, Super, you turned to be a turd. Alright, Super's on the dirt. Damn, Becker, pump your coin up. Superverse is a gaming. Is gaming united. The Superverse token is a turd. Still by Alex Becker and Ilio Trades. Superverse is dumping. I like it. I like the price though. Write that one down.
How you doing today, E-Matt?
Just got done with a little trade. Made $100 real quick in a couple minutes on Solana. Seeing if I could get back in again. Looking around at some coins. What about Piss? See, XRP is looking kind of cheap. Damn, Piss is at an inverse head and shoulder on the 4 hour. Other than that, I mean, I'm just waiting to see if there's lower entries, I guess.
Is the House supposed to vote tomorrow on the shutdown? Because tomorrow could be an interesting day.
Well, we don't know. I lost track.
Today.
Damn.
You cut out. Is that today?
Tonight? I mean,
Today
morning?
at 4 p.m. Today at 4 p.m.
Oh.
Sorry, I shut it off because I got Alexa talking. I asked her. But yep, today at 4 p.m. The 12th.
When are you going to get back in Zcash?
It goes lower.
What are you thinking, 400 or below? Or
I think I'm done with Zcash. I
You're
found a new
done.
token. Yeah,
What is the new one?
can't tell you.
Okay. It's fine.
We were talking about it earlier.
All right, I get it.
Yeah,
It's
can you, Woney, can you give me the next 10x too?
think about it.
I don't think I got that type of money, but
I
maybe
can't
someone
tell
looks
you.
into
It's
it.
funny.
I don't have another token. I'm just playing.
Hey, listeners might have that type of money. You better watch.
There's one I'm looking at though. I'm keeping my eye on that. I want that one to come down because that has a high market cap
Does it
too.
start
But
with an X?
let's see. It's kind of high right now. Canton Network.
Do you think people will still buy XRP when it's at $6?
Yeah. More people will buy it.
You would have told me that people would still buy Bitcoin at 100K. Told you crazy.
It's crazy when you see Bitcoin get to all-time highs and you still seeing like those big ass orders coming in.
We got some
Look,
XRP coming in. We got some XRP coming in.
look, it's all going to where I'm at.
There's EMAD.
I'm right there.
Oh, that's you, Woodfeed. I
I'm
haven't seen
tracking.
that in a
I'm
minute.
tracking EMAD's wallet.
That's exactly where I'm at. What's going on here?
Yeah, it leaked. I haven't seen that in a while.
I mean, it's literally going where I'm at.
Yeah, it is. That's going to him, huh?
Wow.
Nice little stream of Ethereum coming in there.
That's not accurate like that. It's just putting it in the middle of the United
No,
States.
it's just
right?
taking it. Yeah, it's just showing that it's coming to the
I
U.S.
could say who's balling over here.
You got one chain link that went right over there. Kidding.
What are they buying?
You can.
There's a way to change it.
Yeah, you can change it. It shows you where it's going to, like China. This
Oh,
that.
here. I think if I do this, I guess we can go individually. Who wants to check their country? Go to Canada.
Mhm.
All right,
Nothing.
come on. What you guys got?
This is horrible.
Oh, you guys like to sleep, I guess.
French people.
You guys just like to sleep.
Let's go to France.
That's why
Yep.
Zeus quiet.
Nah, they'll have some activity here.
Somebody's over there. There he is.
Big XRP, Litecoin, ETH.
What's that little red thing?
Oh, green one. What's that green one?
Uh,
A lot of
someone
Sui, huh?
bought one atom.
Uh,
What are you guys doing over there, yo?
Tron. That's
I just went to Canada, DJ. It was dead, bro. That was
what
the
is that?
first
That's
one I checked. Look,
Lido. That's Lido, right? The drop one.
first of all, they only list XRP, ETH, BTC, and USDT for y'all. Nick needs to move to Canada, bro. It's like your type of country, bro. XRP is like the only altcoin, although nobody's buying anything. DJ, hey, buy some Bitcoin real quick. I want to see something. Let's test to see how live this shit really is.
that would be
You have
funny.
to buy a whole Bitcoin for it to move.
I'm sure that there's some sort of limit. There's some sort of limit somewhere. This site sucks though, bro. Like, you know, a simple cogwheel that you can click on and filter is not brand new tech, guys.
Yeah.
It says 13.
This was
Somebody
cool
bought
5 years ago. Remember
See
the first
what
time
the
I seen this was on
Brits are doing.
Tino. Is his show still play, Kino?
This is a lot of fun to watch when things are pumping. Or
Yeah,
when
it
things
rips.
are dumping. Like a laser beam, bro. Then you go click on a specific coin. And this will give you the whole world. It'll show you who's buying Bitcoin.
Last time I used this, Bitcoin was in the 20s, man. That's crazy.
This is where you lose most Americans because we suck at geometry. At geography.
What's
If
that?
there's no lines or words on the map, we don't know where the shit's going.
What is that MLX right there? Bitcoin, Ethereum, MLX.
Looking
What is
where?
that? Right on your
Oh,
on the left.
I don't know what that is.
Let's find out.
Millix, Millix. Millix. So, like, people all over the world are buying Bitcoin, but compared to the US,
What if I put my NordVPN on and put it like some weird country?
well, I guess, yeah, if you're buying on a VPN and the dot would go wherever your VPN is.
I'll put like Antarctica.
I think it's based on addresses, Dbloc, not on the geolocation.
Wow, look at that shit. Yeah, you're probably right. When it's speed, that's what I mean. When it gets really, you'll see the big ass dots, but it'll be a solid line. And this is a global order book here. It's fun to watch, but are we pumping right now?
South Korea is
No,
pretty
we're
active.
not. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Let's see. Let's check another coin. There's Uniswap. The Uni.
So where are they coming from?
The South Pole. They're coming from the South Pole, guys. They're coming from the South Pole. It's just fun to watch, guys. It's it's not that deep.
Not what I see.
And this shit though, because it's gonna eat away my.
Giuseppe, what are you doing? Joe, you were on fire the other night. Got me looking at real estate in Aspen, dude. I need Bitcoin to go to like $600,000 to $700,000, and then we might be able to get a place out there.
Oh,
Maybe you'll get the opportunity, Bitcoin to 150 and a bubble on the
Dude, I couldn't find a house in Aspen for like
house market. Yeah.
under 800,000 that was like
Yeah, I heard the
legit.
story.
You got to have
Yeah.
like 40, 50 mil to spend.
Yeah, I know. It's the same situation in Romania. The prices are pretty high.
you want me to
Compared
look?
to
I
Liquidity,
love
yeah.
Romania.
There's actually one guy. He's from Romania, but he sits and has some businesses in Switzerland. It's his name is Daniel Hayes, and he's talking about the bubble on the house market for quite a long time now. because it's over evaluated.
That's all right. Just move to Missouri. You can have something cheap.
You think it's cheap now? Get even cheaper.
Take it. So when I go to the tax lien foreclosure auction this time, is there going to be a bunch of Chinese guys there?
Nah,
Bro, you're the real estate guy.
they'll
You need
do
to
it.
find.
They'll do it over the phone, bro. They're not gonna be there.
Because for the lines.
You're the real estate guy there, EMAD. You need to find us a place in Aspen that's like under 50 mil. There's some sweet places out there.
I'll find you something. Watch. Give me a minute. How small you're willing to go?
Well, we need a nice place, dude, because it's gonna be for the whole crew here, dude. It'll be our vacation place.
Can I buy a trailer?
It goes in neighborhood.
I mean,
A real nice trailer home.
we'll be yeah, you're gonna be surprised, dude. Trailer home, dude. Every house.
You man's planning on parking a trailer in front of the property in Aspen.
I'm trying to get
Yeah,
that
dude, it'll be like
Aspen.
we'll be on this place. It'll be like 50 million. There'll be EMAD outside in this camper.
Funny.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
It's typically global, Ghost.
What is the driving force of Aspen? Just like
It's typically global, Ghost, just because of the intermingling of funds. Like you saw what happened in 2008, right? That snowballed. Yeah.
Tell you ain't playing. This is some of the highest I've ever seen. Okay, here we go. I got you. 600 grand. 800 grand.
Yeah, right. Exactly, dude. I'm telling you, like,
Matt,
even seeing it now, dude. Like, it ain't. I'm not even playing, dude. You like, it's 50. The number's 50 mil. 10 mil, good, but I mean, the number's
I
like
got
50
you
mil.
600.
Good, 4
Mount,
bedroom.
Mount Massive. Leadville. Leadville. Leadville, Colorado. So, one town away to go.
That's just volume, Arpan. It was just bothering me looking at the bars. So I put it on step line with diamonds. Same shit though. Just your volume indicator. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's offset. It's weird. Like 2008 affected everything, right? It caused like a severe, like, worldwide recession because of how up to the neck the banks were with all the subprime shit. But in the 2000s when we had our bubble pop, UK, Spain, Poland, South Korea, a couple other had pretty bad real estate bubbles pop that didn't have anything to do with our real estate bubble. Right? Obviously, it was probably triggered by the .com bubble popping. But yeah, it tends to ripple. They sell that debt everywhere, bro. They package that shit up and repurpose it and sell it off. No, like mortgage brokers will fill a bunch of they'll sell a bunch of houses to people that can't afford it for the most part, right? Which normally you wouldn't do because you know you're not going to get paid back. But when the housing bubble is getting to its peak, these mortgage contracts are seen as free money. So what they'll do is they'll package a bunch of bullshit ones and then sell it to the bank. Like, they were selling off these contracts in bunches to banks before your first bill even came due. Like you'd go to pay and they'd give you somebody else to pay. Like somebody else is holding your debt. Usually it's not a big deal. Usually it's not a big deal because there's different levels, right? You can buy like triple A accredited mortgages, and these are big bunches of mortgage debts from people um with really high credit scores, right? These are people that are gonna pay their bills, like super easy money. But then you get like double A or single A or B or C, and in those tranches, you get people with shitty scores, don't have really good jobs. The chances of them paying off their mortgages are slim to none. But what happened is they started mixing all of them together. And basically, they were selling AAA tranches that were full of mortgages with people with shit credit scores and no possible way to pay off. Yeah, The Big Short talks about the real estate crash. We're doing the same thing now, by the way. We just call it different shit. But we're doing exactly the same now. We're getting creative and putting houses in the hands of people who can't afford it. Whether you call it a 50-year mortgage or whatever you want to call it, we're doing exactly the same sort of shit. And it always happens at the tops. You got me, bro. I have no idea. Yeah. Gotta get up and reps. All right, I'm back.
Holy shit! I hope
All right, I'm back.
you get a payday out of that.
Looks like we're gonna sweep these licks now. Let's see if we can fill my orders.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same thing.
Let me get my gloves on.
Oh, I set traps. I don't even have to worry about cutting myself. I set booby traps all the way down to that buy wall.
got a booby. You got a booby trap.
Yeah,
It.
one or two of those snares are gonna catch.
Where's the big one at? I got to put one there too.
It hasn't changed. I told you down through psychological high and low.
100. Let me get a big old deadly trap down there, guillotine.
You can't hear that, right? In my background.
Mm-mm. What was that town I told you in Colorado? The cheap one. Still something.
Lafayette,
No, not that one. It was
Grand Junction,
nope. It was like still something.
Newcastle,
Nope. Mm-mm.
water.
Still well. I lost it. I think that was the best I could do. I'm trying to find it so I could show it. Where are you? Rifle.
Rifle. Yeah. Like I
Oh,
said, that's where Lauren Borbert's from.
Yep. Target
It's
and
kind of out in
rifle.
the plains still before
There
you
we go. Okay, no, there was a cheaper place than rifle. The rifle's pretty cheap.
There's no shortage of cheap places to live. There's a shortage of cheap places to live that people want to live at.
Well, it's really close to where Joe's at, and you can't snip. You said it was an hour drive. An hour? So? Okay, well, I could go live there for $100,000 and drive an hour and be hanging out with you. And I'd accept it. I was just trying to find a way to live next to you for cheap. You don't got to.
Joe, you got a good. Do you have a good bit of land? Do you have any acreage or anything? Well, listen. I want to be a peasant too. Do you have enough room to put like a camper on your property? Because like we could.
There you go.
We could set something up. Like I bring like even a tent. I feel like a tent would be cool. And then we could subdivide the property and sell the tent for like, buy it from like Walmart, put it on your property, and then we sell it for like 400 grand.
the Beverly Hillbillies moving in to Aspen.
It's, yeah, I'm telling you, it's literally. I think people should definitely just look it up on the internet just to see because like he's not kidding.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
Dump.
Yeah, it's probably not. I was gonna say it's probably not even. It's probably not even a great piece of land at that.
Ay, ay, ay.
I found. Where is it? Somewhere.
Someone sold at exactly 3 a.m. Okay.
Uh, that's a lot. That is cool seeing that giant mountain behind your house with the snow on top. I'm trying to find me one around $100,000 where I can see that mountain in the back of my 160.
Like a second home, that would be dope. But I can't do middle of nowhere.
I'm just trying to find something close to you. I'm looking for it. Damn. There's a house for 10 million over here, and this one that's not that far away from it is 110,000. What's this? Oh, never mind. What the hell?
I'm in Miami is very healthy. Doing well. Actually had quite the run. In most cities right now, man, people are hungry. I'll say the same thing about New York, though. You can live your entire life in New York and not end up a victim of some crime and shit. Very like, I don't know, not victim blaming. There's random shit that happens all the time in major cities, way more than in a small town, right? So you definitely have a point there. But growing up in the city, that's why I say if you're not from the city, it's probably not a good idea to move there. But growing up in the city, you learn the rules that keep you out of 90% of the shit that happens. You know what I mean? And I guess, yeah, if you're not from there, it's like, you're like, why would you want to deal with that if you didn't have to? But it's what you're used to, I guess. Just simple shit that you learn as kids. Don't hold eye contact with strangers. Don't, you know what I mean? Don't touch anything on the subway. Sweet places where, Nick? Bottom of this range. To me, all of this shit is slow. Miami's slow. For a lot of Lauderdale's even slower. But that just comes from like growing up in New York, though. Like it all depends on where you're coming from, right? If you come from a small town to Miami, it's gonna feel like fast city life. Or not even Miami, right? If you go to like just major cities in your state. I mean, if I had kids and I had to choose, I would prefer not to raise them in the city. But then I feel like I'm being selfish because I had a lot of fun growing up in the city. But I know the type of shit I got into too. So it's like, do you want to rob your kids of that experience? Or I guess that's kind of our job, right? Keep it safe. Miami's definitely not that fast though. If you stay out of like downtown and South Beach and those sort of like touristy or like clubby areas, it's probably just like everywhere else. Sir James, what if you find out that he just full ports shit coins or something? Nah, no bullshit though. You sometimes it just happy meeting somebody that knows what the hell you're talking about. All right, we get it. Broke the 50, retested, 13 cross, bearish momentum on the 5 minute. Can we go now? Sir James, what if it's James Wynn, bro? He introduces himself. He's like, my name's Mr. Wynn. Maybe you've heard of me. What's going on, Lee? Yeah, it's been a super slow night. Nah, that shit'll be, bro. That would be lit. You kidding me? I would love to live next to James Wynn. Like I said, anytime you meet somebody that you can actually talk to this shit about in real life, it's a W. Wait, he's suing people for what? Like defamation or some shit? Bro, if I call you a shit trader, that's not slander. Like, I saw your trades, bro. You're a shit trader. Yeah, I set those orders, Lee, before I went to the gym, and we've come nowhere near them. Just hovering. Nah, that's funny, bro. I hope he wins, and then he just goes short and gets wrecked. Wins the settlement, uses all the money, goes 100x short on Hyperliquid to celebrate. James Wynn, if you're listening, bro, I'm with you. I'm just saying, I wouldn't let them talk about me like that. Just saying. Get your get back. I agree, Yoel. Saddle still takes the cake. You know, what James Wynn makes up, what James Wynn has in sort of stupidity, Sato makes up for with consistent stupidity. It's a vet. Anybody can make 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 dumb decisions, but so you put in years, you can't get the crown from me. Crown is cool, yeah. Anybody who can do this for a long time and deal with all the questions and all the shit that comes with YouTube and all that and still be chill is cool with me. Like we taking another trip up to the top of this channel, y'all. So we lose that daily open. Yeah, UK session is in. Let's draw out our sessions real quick. We've got to get into the habit of doing this more often. So we got to draw out our box on Asian session. The top of the Asian session was here. Bottom of the Asian session there. We're not in the first. We still have one more candle till we get in UK. So this is our Asian box. Then we look for 50% of that range. This is the line that UK has to hold to remain bullish here. It should get retested during UK session. If it holds, then they'll trend up for their entire session. We'll go sweep liquidity. If they can't hold 50%, they'll trend down for the entire session and we'll sweep liquidity to the downside. Asia hasn't given us a good textbook range in a long time, Ghost. Well, they're going to sweep. UK is going to sweep liquidity regardless here. The question is to what direction. For everybody that's new, the way that it usually works is Asia consolidates into a range, right, for the Asian session. UK then comes in and signals its motivation on 50% of the range. So if it comes in and holds, it'll trend for the session. So Asia sets a range, UK sets a trend. And then US comes in and goes whatever the hell they want. But the best session to trade, the easiest session to trade in my opinion, for new traders, especially for new leverage traders, is the UK session. Takes a little bit of while to test, right? Both count. So there's 3 lines that count for the Asian session. Half of the Asian range, for the UK session, half of the Asian range, the top of the Asian session, and the bottom of the Asian session. If price happens to gap up above the Asian range before the UK session comes in, and the UK session tests the top of the Asian range and holds, they'll trend up for the rest of the cycle, or for the rest of their session. If it comes down and it holds 50%, they'll trend up for the rest of the session. If it loses 50%, 9 times out of 10, it'll trend down for the rest of the session. They're pushing it during the gap. So remember, I always tell you guys, between the market maker sessions, when there's a gap, whales can push, right? This is when it goes back to algos. And the algos in the gap aren't like the algos on the weekend that are super strong, right? Algos in the gap are easy to overwhelm. So you tend to see big pushes during the session gaps, whether it's drops or stop. Sometimes it's not on purpose. Sometimes it's just regular buying pressure that carries over from the Asian session, but that runs into algos which aren't as strong at keeping price ranged. I got Discord muted for a minute. Matt and Joe were making future house plans. We'll check on them in a second, see if it. It's possible. If the bear flag never breaks, then it never breaks. Remember, patterns aren't always there to tell you where price is going. Patterns are there to show you when things are changing. So if we break the top of this resistance, then we know we've come into some liquidity. This line here for the top of the. We're still within that bearish channel, Ben, until we get a breakout. Right? Resistance is resistance until it's not. Support is support until it's not. This has been a sucking little range, though, I'll tell you. That's good, Venus. Anything that helps it make sense. Anything that helps this make a little more sense. They're going for those licks. We're still not in UK session. This is still the gap move. If we close a couple 5-minute candles above this, we can invalidate this bearish channel. The swing failure pattern above the range. Yeah, next 5-minute candle will be UK's. 1 minute. 15 seconds. Let's see. What you gonna do, UK? Unless we see aggressive buyers come across the tape, UK is gonna eat these vectors back. You see a little bit of volume pop up here. Let me switch this so it's not confusing. See how the volume came in right in the dead gap zone? That entire move. If we close this candle above, we can invalidate this bearish channel. Yeah, we had the turnover from Asia to UK. Aaron. You tend to see more volatility. But now UK comes in and sets their intentions. Like we said, if we can hold the top of the Asian range, then UK will trend up. If we can hold 50% of the Asian range, then UK will trend up. If we lose 50% of the Asian range, we'll sweep psychological ranges. Grab this liquidity. Where's Leighton? This is when Leighton comes in and says, don't count on us. It won't if you zoom out far enough, YouTube. If you zoom out far enough, it's up and to the right. There we go. I don't know, man. They're looking a little froggy right now. Let's see if the volume picks up through the UK session, though. If it falls off going into UK, then... Now, what you don't want is to top this off with a stopping volume candle. I mean, if you're looking for a continued push here. I don't really have a dog in the race until we get down to the psychological ranges. My orders are set between psychological high and this order block. 900 Bitcoin. Yeah, I want to, like I said, if you don't get aggressive buyers come across, then market maker will just pay himself on these vectors. 50 EMAs right there, it could hold there, or it could hold at 50% of the Asian range. But if we see some aggression come across the tape, then we can eat some of these liquidations, and we could squeeze at least to the, there goes the aggression. We could squeeze at least to the 800. Yeah, bear flags invalidated. What's not invalidated, in my opinion, though, is if we lose that daily open, sweep that liquidity. So I'm gonna leave that arrow there. Let's turn you yellow. Let's get rid of the sessions. We know we're in UK session. More aggression across the tape. Let's go then. Watch this 800 though. You're gonna run out of 100x liquidations here, and it's gonna take some real spot buys to get above. Should go green vector here. Yeah, it's already. Come on, market maker. Okay, Chip, you need to breathe. Need you to breathe. 4 count in, hold for a 4 count, exhale for 8. Nice little bit of volume. Careful here. Yeah, I mean, I would. You could easily repay yourself on these vectors without killing sentiment. Yeah, I mean, I like this, but I would like to retest at least the top of the Asian range. Looking a little V-shaped for my liking. Remember, this whole move here, we're trying to look for the higher low for this W here. But we don't want to V-shape the entire side of it. That would be bad. If we just go like this, nobody wants that. So to avoid that from happening, we've got to go like this and pop out and then come back there and then pop out and then come back there and that work. A trip back down to the top of the Asian range or the middle of the Asian range would give us that W, that W. Now, what you want to see in these scenarios is if market maker is going after these vectors, you want to see him leave some red vectors on the way down. Right? Green vectors indicate that market maker is setting short positions. Red vectors indicate that market maker is setting long positions. If the intention is to W out of here, you want to see market maker set long positions on the way. I know nobody likes the bright red colored candles, but just remember that those candles are full of market maker's intention to go back up. Right? Every red vector. Yeah, I think we'll sweep the licks below if we lose daily open. That's my thesis. Sounded like Mike Tyson right there. My thesis. Make this bigger. But that's only if we lose daily open. I'm not moving my orders because my ass will be asleep if we make that move, so I won't be here to manual it. But my orders are still set between the psychological high and this order block. But I'm gonna stick around long enough to see if we hold. If we hold, I might level 2 entry into this. Take it easy, EK.
The old Doge pump. Doge Viking shows up. We got some green candles.
That's crazy. Yeah, I did that little pop right after the blood diamond. Tempted to open a little short here.
I think it's going to be a hard day to call, though, with DC voting and all that stuff. I don't think.
When do you have to go in to vote, Nick?
Me?
Yeah, you remember the first
I
crypto?
remember.
You remember
I
the
remember
first
that.
crypto conference? That shit was funny as hell, bro.
You guys had me rolling, man, because the timing of that was funny. I was like, I gotta go.
Bro,
Yeah,
the
that was
whole
good.
day you were rushing. You were like, I got to get to this meeting. I got an important meeting. And it was the same day as that crypto conference. And then this guy stumbles into the conference late with a bunch of folders and sits down. Hey, guys, sorry. I'm like, sounded just like you, bro. I was like, let me find out that Nick is undercover.
That was funny, dude. We've had some funny times here, man. Time just keeps passing, and I'm just like, as this all builds, I'm hoping that we're Miami wouldn't be a bad place. You know what I mean? Like, come down, hang out for a weekend.
Miami's cool, man. Miami's a cool place to visit. It's like as close as you're gonna get to Caribbean without culture shock. Well, damn, that's not. Depending on where you come from, there might be some culture shock, but you know what I mean.
I have customers in Fort Lauderdale and Boca, so
Yeah.
I'm down there. Like they have a house and stuff, so I can come down, and if their house is empty, they won't even like they use like HomeAway and stuff when they're not using it. But if it's not rented, we've gone down there a few times just to hang out, bring the wife and stuff like that, just to
That's cool.
kill a weekend. And then it doesn't really cost nothing because they'll pay for my flight, and I got the their house, and then all I do is pay for the flight for my wife.
Word.
They made it real easy. There's a lot of people from DA that fly to Florida. They made it real easy when they had like the Spirit flights and stuff like that for like dirt cheap. I think the cheapest I ever flew into Miami was like $12 or something like that, and then plus baggage, and then you're there in 2.5 hours. It's nice. Time to do that is like now though, when it's winter up here. What do you think on this, D? We get bounce out of this channel here.
Looks like they're going after the vector gap. UK might want to pump this. I'm not chasing no. I'm either gonna take a type 2 trade when it comes back down as a higher low, or if we lose the daily open, then my orders will fill. But for right now, there's more than enough liquidation sitting in between us and that vector gap. That would be my target of it. Take out this sort of like.
What screens are you running right now, Dbloc? You got like a 49-inch widescreen there on the left.
Yeah, that's a 49-inch on the left and two 32-inch curved connected to it. I was gonna get another 49-inch, but the curvature doesn't work. It looks a lot better with two smaller curved, because if not, you end up with almost a 90-degree angle between the curved monitors, and it just kills the whole vibe of it.
What monitor is that? LG?
No, I've had this for the longest. This is one of the early ones. What is it? Viotech?
Oh, okay. I thought about adding another screen, but I think I'm gonna wait till the studio's done. But
Black Friday, bro.
now, do you find, yeah, exactly. Do you find yourself looking up to the left like that a lot? Because like I have a screen up top, but like, do you ever like
when I'm on stream, I'm like focused in this direction. Because this is my on-screen monitor, and then this is where I've got all my shit for the week. But when I'm working, I'm mostly here.
I got you.
Without jumping in a lot of alts lately. Like the 49-inch is usually my alt monitor. I'm like 7 alt positions, and I'm watching them all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like,
Yeah.
not been the time for that sort of activity lately. So
What's up, YouTube chat? What's up, Doge Viking?
yeah, Mozzie, that's the best thing, right? Especially if you've got to go to bed, bro. Just slide your stops up. Don't kill the potential of the trade, but still lock in any gains.
Dbloc, do you have a hard time going to sleep immediately after staring at screens, or do you need to break?
Yeah, I gotta have some time where like I unwind. It's usually not hard, bro. If I put on a movie or some shit, it's a wrap.
Oh hell yeah! Shut your brain down.
Yeah, the second that my brain doesn't need to make any calculations, my body says now. Shut down. But it takes a while. There's a bit of a buffer.
Yeah, because artificial light screws with me, thinking that it's not that it's daytime, but I don't know. It's like an organic
No, it is. It's
thing.
the blue light. Yeah, your circadian rhythm is screwed up. I've got blue light glasses all over. I've got some like dope chrome heart blue light glasses right here. I never put them shit on.
Yeah, it's all I wear, man. Only reason why is because it work won't cover any, like if I ever have any eye injuries or lose eyesight due to not wearing the prescription glasses, they won't cover some stupid rule. I have to wear those glasses. I mean, they look like birth control glasses anyway. It doesn't matter. The lens is always different, but um, I think that it's made my eyes feel less wore out. I don't know if that makes sense, but I got
What
forced into it.
what my
Are you
suggestion
still on?
is, um, change your main working monitor. Like if you got a multi-monitor setup, change your main working monitor every couple days. 'Cause what you don't want to do is keep your focal length exactly the same for long periods of time, and so switching your focal length to maybe looking at the top monitor sometimes, the left monitor sometimes, the middle monitor sometimes helps.
Dude, that's funny because I put my left monitor oh, so where it can't be seen from outside the office, and that's the monitor where I can look at my Instagram,
Yeah.
OF models.
Did you say you're still on birth control, Jake, or no?
Dude,
That shit makes me moody, bro.
That's I was just wondering.
I'm saying my birth control glasses. Like, have you ever heard me tell that joke?
I haven't. I haven't. All I heard
So
was
in the army, when they give you glasses for the people who have to have glasses, because I only have to have reading glasses. But there's some people that have to have glasses 24/7. It's just that's just the way their eyesight is, and then you're not allowed to have contacts when you're in training. So they give the new recruits these glasses that are just horrid, man. They're so bad.
They're the ones in
And
all the
because
boot camp movies where the nerd gets
yes,
picked on.
dude, and
Yeah.
they call them birth control glasses, and everybody's looking at birth control glasses, and it seems like obvious, right? But you just have to explain it to people, and they're like, "Why do you call them birth control glasses?" And I go, "You go to town with them on and see how
Them
good a
shits
luck
are
you have at the bars."
they're kind of like ironically cool right now though. Big black frame
Yeah, I
glasses.
guess
It's
it.
like because people went for a long time like with the frameless. Like I have to wear glasses, but I want it to look like I'm not wearing any glasses. And then
Yeah,
now it's like big square, big frame, chunky, black frame glasses.
dude. When I went to the bigger lens, I feel like I don't have glasses on. Like I look like I have glasses on, but my eyes, there's just a wider view.
Yeah.
I can't see the frames, even though the frames are thick and black. I still can't see them. It's just a completely different experience. But I think mine is just, I said when I first found out that I close stuff was blurring. I said to the doctor, I said, "So can I just get contact lenses?" And he's like, "No, man, your eyes are wearing out, and it'll plateau
That's
out." But
age, bro. Yep.
yeah, he's like, "There's no surgery that will fix that."
You gotta buy those magnifying glasses they have at the gas stations. 5x, 2x, or whatever it is.
But it's so crazy because I can see super like an eagle. I can see things far away, like perfect. It's such a psychological thing. Messes with you.
Go, go, go.
here we go. Pompaggio.
Look at those aggressive orders come through the books. UK is alive and kicking.
Man, what if it just doesn't stop? Let's just go. Let's just rip right from here
I'm
straight to
okay with it, bro.
125.
Just means I don't get to add to the position. I'll be 1000% okay with that.
I hate the way Coinbase calculates its last price over the 24 hours.
Yeah.
So like we just pumped on my coin for a little bit, almost 2.5%, and yet it shows it down more than it was an hour ago. It's so stupid. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought we're gonna be in the green, and no, it went more negative. It's why I have to have Trading View and my exchange open at the same time. I just can't. I hate it. I hate this workflow.
Not bad, y'all. Let me switch the office colors to something more suiting.
Yeah, it looked like I thought it was Valentine's Day in there or something.
Jake, you know a lot about laser engraving?
Oh yeah, dude, that's my jam, man.
Jump down to another chat for a second
All right.
if you have a second.
Roger that. DGen?
Yeah, whatever. I'm just yeah, that's good.
That green work a little better. BTC's ripping, but so is dominance. Watch out with your alts, guys. No, I was looking at that lane. It's huge, man. That's huge for Ethereum. Because Ethereum ETF without staking is like, you might as well just stake Ethereum. You know? And the one thing that Legacy loves more than profits is yield. They love to just sit their money somewhere and let it cook. Shrink that gap. Those vectors are why I don't feel bad with it going up and I haven't added to the position, Ghost. Those vectors are what lets me root for the bulls knowing I will still get my opportunity. Guys, just let's not lose the plot from the big picture. right? Big picture is that everybody was losing their mind on this retrace to a higher low earlier. Let's not let that go over our heads. So even if we retrace, it's fine. What we're doing is building structure so that this is strong. Nothing makes the right side of a W better than another W. Okay, so remember our overall pattern is right here. But to make that healthy, at some point, you're going to want to see that come down. And then this measured move will take you where you want to go. Why we never chase. Dominance is glitching out. Aster, for some reason, is getting smoked right now. Got 177 people in here and only 88 likes. Let's get those likes up, yo. Nobody else streaming at 420. Oh, it's 420. Oh shit, I'm going parabolic on the likes. Let's see if we can get up to a double top. I don't like dominance right now. Sample. Good morning. Yeah, these hooligans, bro, kept me up all night. That's a good point, WeTube. Make sure I liked it. I mean, if you don't like your own stream, who else is gonna? We're almost at 7K subs too, y'all. I know some of y'all in here every day and haven't subbed up yet. My analytics say so. Don't throw your boy a little sub.
No sub, no altcoin season. Hopefully, few more months, man. Then we can all sleep at peace in the night.
Man, I don't know if I should tell y'all this, but that shit is a myth. You're in it for good, guys. It's gonna be like this forever. When you're at the top of the bull market, you're like, you know what? As soon as the bear market goes, I'll be able to chill, relax. Nah, you're probably gonna be stuck to the chart for the first couple months because it's gonna be so crazy. But yeah, there'll be some time there. Be some time there to chill.
But for all we know, we could be in the bear market, right? Not many know till it's very late.
It's possible. It's possible, but I haven't hit not a single one of my metrics, except for maybe 2 time metrics on 2 of the ways to sort of time the cycle. But I feel like I've for myself, I have enough of an understanding why that happened to be able to sort of ignore it. But nah, I've been saying it for a while. I don't blame anybody that's been here from the beginning. If they said, you know what, I'm not going through all of this shit for another 25%, I'm out. It's been fun. I turned 15K into 115K. I'll see you
I mean, I've been
guys
seeing a
on the
lot
next
of
one.
I've been seeing a lot of this talk about this being the stage of Bitcoin, like the ICO, IPO stage, where the old handlers are giving in way to the big guys now.
I guess. I mean, for me, honestly, I don't know what to attribute to the fact that it's QT when it comes to retail interest in Bitcoin, and how much to attribute it to it really being the institution taking over. I want to see how Bitcoin reacts when money's free. You know, the next bull market will tell us a lot. And guys, even if the boogeyman comes in and takes complete control of whatever, there's always going to be shit to trade. Don't let this quantitative tightening cycle make you feel like alts aren't going to be a. Bitcoin goes flat, then Ethereum gets the volatility. If Ethereum goes flat, then Sol will get the volatility. Eventually, they'll all mature to the point where it won't be the same, right? You're not going to get your 10x's, and eventually Sol's not going to do a 20x, during a bull market. But there's plenty of volatility left. This cycle was really hard. This cycle was really hard for people that didn't. If you didn't give up on the alts, it was really hard. I mean, that's where my money's at, Yoel. I've set up a very mechanical way to know whether it's over or not. Right? And all of my reasons for thinking that it's not over have little to do with bias and mostly to do with just liquidity math. Right? I don't care about sentiment. I don't need a big catalyst. I'm not like, well, if this person says this, then this will happen. I'm not taking any of that shit into consideration. What I'm taking into consideration is just pure liquidity math. The amount of liquidity that's still to come in, excuse me, on a couple of the things that we already have set up. And the fact that I'm not looking for a miracle here. Like, for me personally, I'm literally just talking about 50. It's a good time to come to this. So this has been the fractal that we've been running the entire time. You guys that have been here for a while are tired of seeing this chart already. Right? But this is the fractal that Bitcoin's been running for this entire run. It's been the most organized, slow grind that we've ever seen during a bull market on Bitcoin. Right? No real huge parabolic that pulls away, just very, very pop, consolidate, liquidity sweep, pump, bull flag. Pop, consolidate, liquidity sweep, pop, bull flag. Pop, consolidate, liquidity sweep, pop, bull flag. Pop, consolidate, liquidity sweep, pop, and then one last bull flag that fails. That's what I'm looking for. And then our bear market that brings us back high 60s, low 60s. So my money's on that this increase in liquidity from where we are right now to where this tops out on Christmas is enough to get us that 40%. Now, this is what I said. Somebody that's at 15, right? Somebody that bought at 15. I don't blame them for not caring about this 40% at all. Like, you've been here for a while. But for those of us with higher risk appetites that want to squeeze everything we can out of this, right? We continue to play until our metrics hit. And we've been following this for a while. We'll see. Come back in a year, see if we're sitting in this box. Careful here, stopping volume candle. On the 15. They're gonna come grab these vectors. If it goes to 400K, we'll all be very happy. I will not be waiting for that. It will eventually. Not financial. I don't know. Bitcoin's a commodity. That's like kicking my ass. But YouTube, just to keep you guys happy. It's not financial advice. I'm just a guy in a chair. The guy in a chair that nerds out on coins. These are all souvenirs. No expectation of profit. Like digital labubus. Yeah, I'll look at AVAX. Give me a second though, because I think this is gonna rip pretty quickly here down through these vectors. I don't like the way the candle's twitching. Yeah, pretty quick trip to 104.1 at least, which is your 800 EMA. And then if that doesn't hold, then we go to test Asia's 50 and the top of the range like we were talking about earlier. This is where we watch for UK to hold. If the UK holds with increased volume, then they're going to continue to push up. Nah, there's no liquidity underneath right now. They're coming after vectors.
Dbloc, can you exchange the time frame for 1 day, please, on Bitcoin?
Yeah.
If you zoom in for today's day, I think it's gonna take the highs that we took right now on UK session, and we're gonna take on US session the lows, and it's gonna form like an equal candlestick with highs and lows.
They could. I mean, this could very well be a range.
Yeah, but for 1 day time frame, to me, I think that it's gonna form an equal high and low, like a doji candlestick for today.
If you look at the 1 day, you've got a vector that goes all the way up to 110, but the 50 EMA is right there as well. So that would be a decent spot in my opinion. If UK comes in, what's that, 108.3-ish? If UK comes in right now and holds the Asian session and pushes away, then I'd be looking for that 110. Pretty healthy sell wall up there.
If I'd be a market maker, I'll snap the liquidity that's below Asian session.
If they do that though, if UK loses Asia's 50, they're just gonna sweep everything. That's what my yellow dot says. If we lose daily open, we just grab everything underneath. This is where my orders are. I'm not in this trade right now. My orders are down here.
This was a short, let's say, long scalping trade on your Nikkei session. But from this position, either can be a play around, like opening short positions with tight stop losses, and grab or snatch the liquidity that's below Asian session in that short. But today, I think we're gonna have high volatility on UK and US session.
Yeah, we've got a lot of potential news catalysts.
Yeah,
Today's a really good fake news day.
yeah. Like a
Meaning,
pump and
like,
dump.
because everybody's paying attention. It's a really good day for somebody to drop some fake news and everybody reacts and then it ends up being fake. It's just one of those.
One of those scenarios.
Yeah, like, oh, there's a leak that they voted that they're gonna reopen tomorrow, and then we get a big green candle, and then they're like, no, they're voting on it, and it doesn't open till the 31st of January, and then that gets repriced. That sort of shit. What's going on, AJ?
Below Asian session Dbloc, every let's say major coin, Bitcoin and Ethereum and Cardano and XRP and Sui have order blocks unmitigated at 30 minutes time frame. It's in that red and purple liquidity.
Yeah. I don't mind trading alts right now, but it's gotta be really careful holding them. Dominance is active.
Yeah.
I'm excited, man. I'm not nervous about this shit at all. We definitely came close to some spooky levels, but we've done the chart's done everything that I've wanted it to do to show me that that my thesis is still correct. So nah, my buy orders are AJ, my buy orders are from the psych high at 1024 down to this buy wall at 106. I'm okay with them not all filling. I just think we go after these psychological ranges if we can't hold the daily open. And I'm probably going to be asleep, so that's why I've got them set as orders. I set them earlier before I went to the gym.
Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, if we come down in the next however long I'm going to be awake for, and we come down to these levels, specifically like UK's 50, and we get nice volume, then I'll pick up a level 2 trade and buy the lower high. But I still think I'm going to leave those orders underneath for overnight. Just too juicy. And I keep telling y'all, like, you're going to come back to your psychological ranges.
Yep.
I'm not saying that this isn't enough, right? Sometimes all you do is come back and tap that range. But with that much liquidity sitting in there, if we do
There's
come
high interest.
down, I want to make sure that I get filled on that.
There's high interest in discount.
I like to buy things cheap, guys. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Yeah.
Rocky, I can neither confirm nor deny. And docs our Discord members around here. So this trend right here would be a good spot. If we look at where that trend interacts with the Asian ranges. depending on how long it takes, right? If price takes forever, then it could end up hitting higher and holding the top of the Asian range. But if it comes down quicker, then I'm guessing 50% of the Asian range is where we hold. Not a whole hell of a lot of gas above. Tape has gone black. Only aggression we see on the tape is bears. W. Little future W in the making. JL with the stampede. Came through with the herd. It's not too obvious, but if the intention is to go up from here, then you would expect a higher low. Right? For the most part, we've already got the double bottom. So you know how I always tell you guys about that double bottom structure? Like we always talk about the W's and all that. We love those. Cool. But the secondary to that is your double bottom. So you get your double bottom, then you get your higher low. Like two bottoms, and then a higher low that sends you once that breaks. So that's what we're looking for here. Right? We got that double bottom, got that higher low. Right? So that's already our ghost structure. And then on a bigger time frame, we're putting in that. Reversal patterns is what we're looking for, right? That's what I like to trade. Pivots. Money's made by getting in position as close as you can to a pivot because it gives you the best risk to reward, the most obvious invalidations, probably the most gray hairs. But you only live once, right?
I mean, if you look at the liquidation heat map, it looks like it's going to take both sides, right? Up 105, little up, and then down.
Yeah. On the macro scale, guys, what this did was, do I have my macro chart up? I don't. So on the macro scale, what this does for our weekly candle, remember I told you I still expect a wick underneath this weekly, as long as we close over. So that's where we are right now, right? Same price point we were celebrating yesterday that we closed over. This cone is where we're, concerned. Bears regain control if we can get above that angular right there. Go to the 4 hours. So that blue line is our uptrend, right? This is the fractal that we're following. Repeated. This is the third time it's going to repeat if I'm right. that uptrend on log is the next sort of challenge for bulls. We already got above. We already closed where we needed on the weekly. For this weekly candle, we want to close above that line. Right, so on the weekly, that would be right where we rejected off of 107. We close above 108. We've hit our second goal. My goal is to hold your hand through this shit if I have to, y'all. But we're not getting shaken out. Not without confirmation.
Render's making a move.
Render actually looked really good the other day. Seems to like when the dinosaur coins were moving, it was like, hey, what about me? You know, it's funny that I was on Twitter and on some of the forums and shit where people were talking or whatever. That was the buzz, like dino coins. Okay, what dino coin hasn't moved yet? And everybody was just shilling their dino coin that hadn't moved. People are thirsty. Like the people that are here that are in the game, they've got money and they're thirsty to speculate. Like the FOMO is there. You see it when these narratives sort of take off. It's just the outside attention from retailers and just us diehards and then institutional flows. More than happy to take this. That's another thing we haven't really talked about. If you were here from the beginning, especially if you were here last cycle, but even if you were here from the beginning of the cycle, like how does it feel to know that for the first time in a long time, it's something that doesn't happen often, you front ran the institution. You got in, showed interest, saw value before big money did. It's a big deal. It's not something that happens often. That's like maybe once a generation, once a lifetime.
I mean, but that play is over now, right?
I mean, the big guys are in, but how many others are not, right? You're still getting in before most banks. You're still getting in before most major companies. You're getting in before most countries, right? It's just not the time because of the cycle. But at the bottom of the bear market, in my opinion, you're still early as far as Bitcoin lifespan goes. Because we haven't even seen a nation state fight for Bitcoin yet. Like they're slowly accumulating, and this one, talks about their reserve, and oh, now this one's got some, but we haven't seen that supply shock where they race to the top. Right? That's always been the maxi dream. Honestly, it was one of the ones that I never agreed with. It was one of the ones that I always fought. Like, and eventually countries will fight and they'll be fighting each other. And I'm like, okay, hold on. Like, this shit is going to wreck fiat. Why would they get behind it? But then slowly, the pot starts to boil and things start to line up and they start to make more sense. And now it's like, yeah, 1000%. There will be a Bitcoin race from countries. And I tell you right now, the country that wins that race is the country that first decides to debase the shit out of their currency and just buy Bitcoin. Just print as much of that bullshit dollar that they have and buy as much Bitcoin until people won't take their dollar no more. Until that shit is useless. That's who wins. Whoever's got the balls to do that.
I mean, but with Trump already officially announcing Bitcoin and everything, why haven't the other nations got into it already?
because we're not buying. It's talk. When we were talking about Bitcoin going above 200K, I said, I will give you Bitcoin above 200K if the government buys one single Bitcoin with money allotted by Congress. Then 200K easy. It's one thing to say we're going to put all this seeds Bitcoin and hold it. It's another thing to say we're taking money from our budget to do this. That to me triggers something different. But even our reserve, look at how many reserves have popped up. And how many more that aren't even saying anything, right? They're just slowly accumulating because they don't want that. They don't want that rush to the top. They're already behind. They're trying to catch up. Time will tell, Mikhail. I've been in this for a while, bro, and I've seen Bitcoin break a lot of metrics that people didn't think was possible.
But do you think people like nation states, like those guys who run these governments, so I'm especially talking about where I come from, India and all, like, do they understand this?
They understand the
Like,
fact, they understand the basement, they understand that the current system is unsustainable and it answers a lot of questions and a lot of problems. Right? What we're talking about is sound money. Some will take longer than others, which is
yeah,
good,
it's
right?
almost like, yeah, it's almost like internet when it came, like even like in today's time, a lot of people are averse to it. But I mean, now today's time, people can't live without it, right? But for a long time, people didn't know how to handle it.
For me, institutions being involved doesn't validate Bitcoin at all. I've always felt this way about Bitcoin. The fact that they're involved now just means that they saw what I saw. For people who get into it late, might look at it and say, "Oh, well, you know, if BlackRock is in it, then it must have value." If I don't look at it like that at all. I look at it like, well, about time you admitted it. One of the dudes that I learned to trade from, one of my older mentors, um, he was so tired of talking about Bitcoin. Like he didn't even try to convince people anymore. He used to always say, everybody gets Bitcoin at the price they deserve." Old salty trader. Yeah, that's true, Davey. Why buy when you can just steal people's shit? You know, the second they created that reserve, they probably have a target list, right? They're like, okay, well, we know all of these guys are involved in shit. Let's let's scoop up as much Bitcoin as we can. The best thing that could happen for Bitcoin is that Satoshi stays anonymous forever. As curious as people are, and there's part of me that wants to know, but there's also part of me that says Bitcoin, for the most part, has changed my life. And if the creator of Bitcoin created it under a pseudonym and did not want to be exposed, then who the hell am I, right? Let him rock. You got it, bro.
What if it's China? That-
That's the problem, right? The second that there's a face on it, all of a sudden there's opinions and there's half the people that hate it and half the people that love it, and then that affects people's opinion on Bitcoin. And it's like, you know what? Just stay anonymous, bro. I think part of the brilliance was that. I think he understood that Bitcoin couldn't be, or they understood that Bitcoin couldn't be what it was supposed to be if it was attached to a person.
I mean, but if he intended it to be for everyone, why did he keep so much of it to himself?
Didn't really. I mean, you think about it, when you create anything, you're gonna end up with the largest supply. Or maybe it was to have a burn wallet, right? Maybe it was to burn a certain amount. Knots versus Core. What you been watching, bro? um, I mean, I don't know. I think it's necessary. I think Knots is necessary, right? The strength of Core is important, but at some point, there's no Bitcoin left to be mined, right? And if we don't give miners a way to make money off of fees, which is basically what Knots gets you, right? With all the sats and rats. And we already saw that. Miners during this run made more money on fees than they did mining Bitcoin. So for the longevity of of the of the blockchain, I think is necessary. That Bitcoin conference was serious, bro. When they came out with ordinals, and then all the ordinals guys showed up at the Bitcoin conference, and all the maxis were like, "You can't sit with us." You got to think it's probably not his only wallet, Davy boy. Could have very well had 3 or 4 wallets that he's been living off of. You know, whenever we talk about Satoshi era wallets, right, these are all wallets that were created at the same time, basically, as Satoshi's wallet. You have more than one wallet, I'm sure, right? You would assume Satoshi probably has dozens. If he's still alive, he had to live somehow, right? You got to live off of something. That's a good question. Let's see. Flashbang alert, guys. Federal government's going to try to blind you here in a second. $63%. I like it, man. Remember, we get the biggest moves when the news is more than the expectation, right? If we were at a 99% chance of a cut and we got a cut, nothing would happen. Yeah, this has a lot to do with why we did, because we had to reprice it, right? Bitcoin gets priced and repriced, exactly. Yeah. So, but what I like I said, is we're in a situation now where if we get the cut, and I think we are going to get the cut, it's going to outdo expectations, which means that it has to be priced in. Right? That's when you actually see movement off of data. And then, yeah, we'll worry about January when the time comes.
Have you heard of Bhutan, the country?
Yeah. Bunch of Bitcoin.
Yeah, man, they're the sixth largest country.
Slowly, just quietly. Don't draw a lot of attention. You know? Just slowly stack.
I think they'll also because of their power, the mining thing or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've got I think it's thermal, right? Volcanoes.
Yeah.
A lot of that shit's gonna go towards AI too. It's dope, man. I mean, this, not to get all like ideological and shit, but this revolution is gonna open up a lot of countries' natural resources into something that's actually monetizable, that's gonna change. Right? You're not just selling it off for fiat, you know what I mean? Into a system that's being debased. But you can actually use the energy. If you don't believe in crypto, cool, AI. You know, like there's just so much power hungry shit going on right now. So any sort of
So,
thermal, you get good sun, hydro, all of that shit can get put to work.
but talking about AI, what about the SoftBank selling all of Nvidia?
You gotta take profit eventually, right? How much can this thing run, really? I don't know, man. I think some people are just getting out of the way of what's coming. And some people have already hit their numbers. That's what it's about, right? Like, if you can hit the numbers, if you can hit your targets before you get to the top and you don't have to deal with any of that shit, then that's a win.
So what do they do with that money? Does it trickle down? Is it that rotation?
Yeah, I mean, it'll go into something. Money doesn't sit still for long. What me and Zusi always talked about, or what my argument to him was, um, that legacy would take off first, and that rotation out of legacy would fuel Bitcoin's last move. And this was way, way back when ETFs were first. Because my theory is, we've got all the institutional interest, right? Cool. At the most, you're probably split. You've obviously got some tech, you've got some AI, maybe you've got some ETFs or whatever. But when one outperforms like that, you get that wealth effect. And we see it in crypto as it goes into like alts, right? Well, in legacy, kind of what it would be, right? You'd be taking profit on your NVIDIA, easy access to buy ETFs. Bitcoin's taking a big retracement. The big guys are still buying. It seems like an easy rotational play for a legacy.
You know, he got into the SoftBank guy got into a partnership with CZ in Japan for Binance launch or something.
No, I didn't know. Yeah, well, it's just top FUD. I'm gonna say something that might shock y'all. But a lot of these people want to be really filthy, disrespectfully rich, and they're willing to lie to you to get better prices to do it. That was crazy. But that's all FUD is at the top at the end of the day, right? People willing to try to affect sentiment to get better prices for, the last swing. Let's take a look at our stablecoin inflows. What are we thinking? Up or down? How is my chart? Yo, PC was a struggle today. I don't know what that was about. All right. So this is total stables, right? When it's going down, stables are coming into the bank. When it's going up, there's bank deposits into stables. We flattened up top. This was our first warning that something was going off. Something was going on. And then we started to see stables come off the books into the banks, back into. And then right around the 7th, when we were looking for our inflow, and I was saying we're going to get that move in on liquidity, fresh liquidity coming from M2, we broke our downtrend, and now we're holding our 50 on the 4-hour. TLDR, there's money coming from banks into stables in a big way. Ever since that first influx that we were talking about on the 7th, we've had, where is this? About $1.4 billion of fresh money come in from the banks. To start. All right, let me set the chart up for overnight, and then I'm going to reset the stream before off. Let me get rid of the Asian box. I'll leave the Asian top range and the UK must hold line. All right, so just to go over it real quick, let me get rid of this. So just to go over it real quick, my buy orders are between the psychological high and our big buy wall down here of 900. I'm gonna check on this before we go to bed. If we can come down and hold, I might actually put some I might actually put some buy orders higher. Leave these as an emergency. Put some buy orders higher with some stops. And if I get stopped out of this trade, I get stopped out, and then my orders will fill underneath. But what we're looking for is the right side of this higher low structure. Which, by the way, even if we get that move down to the psychological low, it's still valid. If UK comes down and holds either one of these yellow lines, they're going to trend up for the rest of their session. And then we'll probably see a retrace somewhere in West. Pay attention to the news. Double check and triple check any sort of news that you get today. I'm going to say it again. Today's a great day for fake news. Everybody's going to be glued because of this vote. And whenever there's that much attention waiting for a news update, somebody always slips something in trying to be slick. So just be careful. Double and triple check.
Buy first, check later.
Yeah, or I mean, you know, if you want to live on the edge. But you know what's crazy sometimes about these sort of fake news sort of things? They actually do pump. You know, if you get in quick enough, it almost doesn't matter if the news is real or not. It just matters if people believe it. If it's going in the direction that people want to go, nobody will call bullshit. Everybody will just be real quiet, even though it's obviously something fake, right? People are buying it. Shut up. Don't ruin the party.
I mean, most people just get so happy they forget to take a trade.
Yeah,
And then when it's right at the top, they want to get in.
Psychology 101, bro. I'm gonna turn on the vector. I'm gonna turn on the vector gaps. don't want to draw them all out, but it's important that you keep your eyes on them. We are leaving vector ranges down. This set of vectors would take us for that retest of the psychological, of the Asian session high and 50%. But this group of vectors down here, right, brings us into that psychological high.
Damn, your friend is also online, yeah?
Abin?
I'm saying you and your other friend, old time friend, is also streaming right now.
Oh,
CF.
full port long.
What do you think of him as a trader?
I think he has different risk tolerances than most people, which isn't a good or a bad thing, right? It just he's willing to suffer. He's willing to take drawdowns. And I think, and I only say this because he said it himself, I think a lot of it has to do because of YouTube. You know, he's like, I'm an entertainer, guys. Like, it's entertaining when I'm down, right? Don't you guys like to see when I'm down? Maybe he's just talking shit when he says it, but yeah.
I mean, he gets really upset when he starts losing.
Yeah. If I had to give him advice, and he never asked me for any advice, but if I had to give him advice, it would be to check the emotion. But the amount of times that I've seen him completely ignore his own indicator because he was on tilt over something, and Marcus Cypher screaming at him that it's a top or something, you know what I mean? And he's just like holding, like, I made you. Can't tell me what to do. I'll tell you what to do. Like, all right. But it's entertaining as shit. People like to see you crash, bro. People like to see you crash out and get emotional and shit. Like, that shit is entertaining.
Oh yeah, Soto.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, anybody that's been around cycle after cycle and maintaining and doing their thing, hats off. Not an easy task.
He must have made shit tons on market Cypher, right?
Oh yeah.
Like as a
Let's just say his losses are subsidized, you know? Like plenty of money coming in. So that's what I'm saying. His risk tolerance is very different. He loses a bunch of money, he can get that back fairly quickly.
I mean, even if he doesn't, it's like a promotion for his own indicator.
Mm-hmm. It's a win-win. I appreciate that trade. Yeah, this is just me, bro. This is just for my. I mean, I'm a trader, right? Like, YouTube comes second. So this is just the deadness that comes from having all your nerve ends fried from the market. That I'm like half robot. But yeah, I can't do that. And I know we'll get more views if I was all hyped, but I can't. If I'm gonna be here streaming as long as I'm streaming, I've gotta be me. And I'm typically a pretty chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. Now, some of my
Come on,
family members are crazy, but we love them.
you gotta do live trades once in a while at least, D.
It'll be fun maybe during the bear market, because I do want to do more sort of lesson based sort of shit. So maybe sometimes, maybe when we get into, because one of the main things I want to do before we get to the bottom is make sure everybody's comfortable with hot wallets and Web3 and moving soul around, having your hot wallets funded, so that when we do get into the beginning of the next bear market, the next bull market, and things start to pop, you more easily get into sort of positions and shit. And not only that, but just for basic sort of knowledge. But at that point, yeah, we'll get into some dexes and we'll take some live trades. Keep it interesting.
You working on some indicator too, right?
What happened?
You've been working on some indicator or something too, right?
Yeah, but honestly, that shit has been on the back burner. There's been so much going on. But yeah, I'm looking forward to having more time to work on all that shit. Vikey, if I'm not mistaken, we get the vote today. But what people aren't understanding is, I believe, and I could be wrong about this, but there's a date. They're voting on a specific date for it to open. And I've heard everything from December 1st to December 31st. So it could be one of those situations where everybody gets their hopes up, the vote comes in, it passes, everybody's like, oh shit, it opened, price goes up, and then they read the fine print. So that's some of the volatility that's possible today. That's why I'm saying double check everything that you read. Even if something says, it's today, just make sure, because they will try to take advantage of everybody's attention. Very good fake news day. Best case scenario is they vote to open and it opens within the next week. There's so much liquidity that's trapped, yo. Right now with the government being shut down. Gotta get those wheels moving. Could be the start of one, CM. I just don't want a V shape. Like, we are looking for the right side of this W, but I would like for it to be at least a little bit structured. Because the problem is this, like I keep saying, like nobody wants to come down into these ranges right now. So as it stands, that W right there, right? That's the structure that it looks as if we're putting in. And I know nobody wants to come down for this liquidity here. And I mean, if we don't, we don't. I'm cool with it. But I mean, market maker loves liquidity. If we were to come down now, then all we'd be doing is moving the right side of this W down a bit. Right? And then it could climb up and go. If that doesn't happen, and this is the bottom, right? Which it could be. We're at 0.5 retracement. If this is the bottom, but this goes up without any sort of retracement or without putting in like, right, a W that pops us up, then if we reject, there's going to be nothing to stop us. You see this big gap, these big gaps, there's going to be a massive gap here in the VPVR. And as bad as the sentiment would be coming down here doing this right now, if we come down from 107 all the way down, people are going to be losing their shit. So, to avoid all that, I would prefer to come down and put in that side. And then pop up and come down and hold that support. And then pop up and come down, hold that support. And then when we get here, if we do reject, we just come to here, consolidate and pop. Instead of coming all the way down because we haven't built any support. You get what I mean? I'll leave it on the chart, but just know if we lose this daily open, we will put in a lower side on this. It's going to be in bed, so. But I'll leave it drawn so that we know what we're building. Let me clear up some of this chart too. So get rid of notifications. We don't need those anymore. That M pattern played out. We know that played out already. Cool. Get rid of that. Move those break here. Get rid of. All right, nice and clean. I guess we need a measured move if we've got a pattern up. All right, how we feeling? YouTube good? Caught up? That measured move is 15.8. This is a multi-day thing, guys. I don't expect to wake up in the morning to 15. I'll take it though, market maker, if you're listening. But that's just to let us know what we're building, right? Let me get rid of this VPVR for now. All right, so I'm going to reset the stream real quick. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Let me just pop a fresh stream on. you haven't hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe. And we'll be right back. Solo, welcome, brother. W sub. All right, we'll be right back, y'all.